It's your boy Dr. Hood. We back with another exclusive DRH19D. If you didn't know, hit the like and subscribe button for more videos. Hit that bell for notifications. We in here right now. RIP Takeoff. You know, everybody heard this probably the only thing I saw on my whole feed. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I got to get that out of there. Yeah, wait for people to get in the building. Def Chef in the building. Topper Hill in the building.
Yes, sir. You know
Scoop
what?
Doe in the building.
I'm about to go onto the YouTube page and share it real quick because I don't know how to share from backstage.
Yeah. Okay. This
So I'll be
welcome
back.
down Ram in the building. Let me drop that link too in the chat. Drop that link in the chat just in case somebody want to come up. You know, but it's a bigger issue. You know, Takeoff. Very talented rap artist. You know, hey, I used to try to do my rap thing back in the day. So I feel, you know, for him that way, you know. I don't know if I would be at the bowling alley 6 in the morning or 2:30, 2 o'clock in the morning shooting dice. You know, if I'm on that level, you know, I hope I have people around me. I mean, I saw, you know, I had a bunch of women. You know, women can always be the deciding factor. You know, us as men, we got to know that. Like dudes, they like to show out around women. You know, that's a huge thing. It's always been prevalent. You know, there was a lot of women at the scene. You know, I saw a couple pictures, I guess, right before it happened. You know, half naked chicks, cheeks out. You know what I'm saying? That just that environment. And you know, would you be doing that if you know you worked that? Like, I had a dice game back in the day, and you know, it was a real crazy game, man. I probably won the most money I ever won at a dice game ever. But that shit took so long though. So I'm thinking like these millionaires running around, you know, they support a whole team. They got family, everything. Like what were you risking everything for? And you know what I'm saying? Why were you, you know, in that situation? And then we got to go back to the fact, you know, that us black people just think it's cool to kill each other anyway. Al the Truth in the building. I'm gonna let him up. What's going on, fam?
What's going on, brother?
Oh man, cooling. Just trying to get the stream going. Get the stream going. Y'all cook. Let me go in the other room real fast.
All right, so I just want to add, I won't be too long. Yeah, I heard Seven talking about it. But it's just a few things I want to drop. So, you know, with this Kanye West thing and everything that's been going on, you know, I be going through social media and stuff, and I noticed every time people bring up what's going on with black people, they always deflect and talk about like, oh, you know, what's happening with white people, you know, the cops killing us, etc. But the thing is, it's like somebody was saying on the show, it's like ultimately in the end, it's like we have to police ourselves. You know, when you look back in the Black Panthers and all those things that was going on back in the day, one of the biggest threats that they had towards black people is the fact that we knew how to bear arms and stuff. And that's why all these different, you know what I'm saying, laws start getting put into place because they wanted us to be in a position where we have to depend on people. So now, all of a sudden, we in a position where we can't defend our own homes. And I don't know if you guys heard about this, and I know this firsthand. I remember back in the day, because I'm from Chicago, they used to literally drop off like guns in the neighborhood. Because they used to wonder why, like, how these dudes getting all these AKs or how they doing all this stuff. And then automatically you asking yourself, like, none of these arms dealers, nobody's getting locked up. So the reason I bring all that up is just to say that it's a bigger plot going on that most people just can't see that is trying to lead black people to our own demise. You know what I'm saying? And when I look at things that's happened with all these rappers and stuff, somebody brought up how they from the tribe. And I'm not going to get real biblical, but I'm just saying you can trace this to the Bible. You can trace this to a lot of places. Every time there's going to be a war or something going on, people say like they sing a song. They do these things because not only are they putting themselves into a mind state, but I'm sure we all can know this. You can be at home with your girl, you throwing that slow music for a reason because it puts you in the mood. So all of a sudden, you got the music involved, which is detrimental to our community. And I'm not gonna say that I'm not the person who didn't listen to that stuff because I did when I was growing up. However, as I got older, I noticed I don't listen to that same music, and my mind state is not the same. And then you got all these girls running around here talking about they bad bees and all this stuff. It's a reason why, because they listen to this. What goes in your ears and your eyes ultimately be like a product of who you end up becoming because you're trying to be something that you're not. It's a reason why they have like advertisement. They have all these different things going on because what they're trying to do is, as 78 said, program us. And we are being programmed if you constantly taking something within your soul that this is the way to be popular. And that's why we got the BBLs, we got all this stuff going on in our community. So as far as what happened to Takeoff, it's just an example of like not only the jealousy, but it's also an example of that you have to have. And I think that as a community,
It's just an example of our culture, bro.
well, it's an example of the culture that's been forced upon us because the thing
Bro,
is, it's like, no, what I mean by that is this, like, check it out, bro. Back in the day, like the 50s, now think about all the stuff our ancestors went through, right?
Yeah,
And
we're gonna have to quit blaming it on that, bro. It's at this time to where it's our culture, like Kanye's talking about, like Charleston White's talking about. This is the culture. We going out, we shooting and killing. So only way that's gonna get, it's gonna be done. Niggas like us quit hanging, quit. Like we gotta consciously as people say, no, leave them guys over there. Yeah, you guys are gonna go over there and shoot. You stay your ass over there, and you stay out the football games. You stay where we start separating ourselves from these people. Period. They're your family. They're your uncle. They're your so we're gonna have to say, hey, you shooting up shit. Stay over there. You know, but we're not building those type of people. We're condoning the behavior and that's why all the way around. Go ahead.
And that's why I was going at when I brought up all that stuff before. What I'm saying is like they create, like, okay, we had a position of black people, right? We was creating our own culture, but now people can deny it all they want, but people will sell out for the money. So what I'm saying is like we have to realize that these are not our people. And what I mean, they are our people, but if your mind state is not what we going, we have to separate ourselves from the ones who want destruction and those of us who actually want peace in our community. So we can't be making excuses for these people if they pumping drugs. They talking about drug use. They talking about women being promiscuous and having multiple babies. We have to just cut these people off and realize it is us, but it's also a force that's outside of us that's trying to put this into our minds to think it's the way to be. And that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like
that's only one part of the culture, though, too.
It's only one part of the culture because I was telling somebody, I said, if you think about it, right? Like I was talking to one of my friends about this, right? Because they from Asia, right? I said, you think about this, right? When you go overseas, and I'm sure a lot of brothers who didn't travel know this, because I used to be in the military. The first thing they identify black people with is hip hop, basketball, etc. That's because the media plays a major role. However, to your point, they don't see the reality that there's millions of black people in the world, but you only identifying black people based off certain criteria that's been painted in the media. So us as a black people, we have to realize in ourselves, like, you know what? We gonna shun that stuff because you know what? This is not black people.
Man,
you said what's up?
Nah, go ahead. You good?
No, so what I'm saying is like, so ultimately in the end, what I'm saying is like, when we see something that's detrimental to our community, right? We have to make up a conscious mind that those who want to be left behind, we just got to leave them behind. And ultimately, in the end, if you're going to portray a bad picture and try to make excuses for it, you have to be somebody that can be welcomed into the village, even if we love you. Because unless you want to come in with the same mentality that we have, we're not going to grow because we're going to constantly be trying to pick up the pieces that's left behind because of the stupid stuff that people do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and the culture. Oh, my bad. Keep going. I thought you was doing my bad.
No, I was gonna say one last thing, and I'll let you guys go. The reason I bring it up is because when I was young, I came back from the military, right? So I used to smoke a lot of weed back in the day, right? So I'm smoking weed with the little homies, you know, people I grew up with. They was a little bit younger than me, but I never forget this kid tells me, he say, man, you know, Al, he said, every day, you know what I'm saying? You know, you come out here, you show us love, whatever, but you can't go to school, whatever. He said that made me want to go back to school. And it made me realize that people be watching. So just as much as they watching, that means that they watching all these other people getting influenced by it. And I was just somebody that I wasn't even considering that as far as being relevant in his life. You know what I'm saying? But knowing that we have to be responsible as a community to realize that we always being watched, because we can deny this as we want. We might be the most downtrodden people in the world. But let's think, as downtrodden as we is, we the most influential people in the world. And that's why they always talk about get the black vote, do this, that, whatever. Even when it comes to like pushing certain things in our community, they always want to come back to black people. And the reason they want to come back to black people is because they know we move the culture. So whether it's our culture, whether it's the culture outside of us, once we decide up in our mind that we want to be people that's pushing positivity, stuff gonna change. And you know what I'm saying? And that's really where I'm at with it right now. Like I said, it's very sad what happened to that young brother. And the thing is, like somebody else was saying, you got to watch your environment, because the thing is, it'll be the ones closest to you that's the most envious of you, and it'll be your own brother, and that's why it hurts the most. That's pretty much what I had to say on, you know.
I said, culture part, right? Yeah, we're talking about the guns and culture and the what it is that the culture of black folks. Let's talk about it. It's gang related. It's murder, kill, sell poison. We gotta forget the biggest one of all is the church. So we don't ever overlap, right? We should be overlapping because the church doesn't have a problem, it seems, with the gang banging, because the church narrative, if we look into it, it's a false one that's got us mentally ill way more than we just want to talk about. Everybody talks about Kanye being mentally ill when he's just trying to say some smart stuff or whatever, and he's talking about the Jews, right? Nobody talks about the pastors in the church taking their money and the people who love these pastors and going to them. And the black culture, they are 90% of our culture. That is more of a problem than the gangbang shooting them up people. But we don't talk about that. We give them guys a pass, right? Because that's grandma or great grandma. Those are the people we love. So that's one part of it, right? The next part of it is, like I said, the gangbang stuff, bro. We gotta, who is our leaders, right? Who's gonna say no? No, who's gonna produce the dudes who are gonna be like the Nation of Islam, people who are gonna stop the people from selling drugs on the block, stop people from holding guns. You have to have an army against that, but we don't even have an army for the people to say, no, you're not killing or shooting nobody. No, you guys can't come over here. So we're producing the right type of people, but not for the right cause, right? So we're supposed to be shooting killers and shooters and shit. Yeah, they just hung us, raped us, and did everything. Yeah, we're supposed to be ready for anything, but not at each other, right? So it's when you look at it, you know, the culture is a one of stupidity. I'm not like oppression. We're oppressed. I got to tell my partner, man, I'm not impressed, bro. I don't talk about all the things the white people do to me, even though they do it, right? I don't sit back and cry about it and make it to where it physically and mentally fucks with me. I'm not oppressed. I try to move forward, so I'll fuck a white man up. I don't know no KKK people who can stop me. I'm damn near not scared of police. So we just have to take our money, like Kanye was doing, and let it be. Let's start having Jews and everything. Go to the Jew person, so we don't have to be anti-Semitic. It's a culture thing, and the culture is more gang banging. There's the church religion's part of it. And there's some other stuff that somebody else can identify. There's two main problems where we're gonna listen to. We listen to shoot them up, bang stuff. So that's what you're gonna do at the end of the day. I'm heading to a funeral in a couple hours, one of my day ones. So that's what it is. I promise you, I'm 50, 20 something. I tore up some shit. That's the attitude, and I was expected to. It was my partner. On day one, look at me like asking me who did it and all that. That's just my little 1914 service of it.
And condolences, bro. I just want to say one quick thing to something that you said, and then I'll let everybody else talk. One thing you said that I say that I agree, but I disagree with it was this. When it comes to the churches and things like this, people got to understand that a lot of the movements that we had came from spiritual people. The problem is that as people, we don't correct the corruption with inside of these establishments. It's kind of like when Malcolm X came out and he started going at, you know what I'm saying, his mentor. Instead of them trying to see was it true, they decided that they wanted to work with the people who was already against the establishment. The same thing that happened in a lot of these black churches. Instead of them trying to correct the things that they claim that they believe in, they decide to just listen to the person who's in power. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just actually seeking out truth. Because I always tell people like, either it's truth or it's a lie. You know what I'm saying? You can't just follow somebody and then go into a path of destruction and say, oh, I didn't know. We have brains for a reason. And people don't think about it. And then another thing that I want to touch on is that's the fact that personally, and you guys may disagree with me, but I don't think that that's black culture, what's going on within our society. And the reason I say that is because, think about it, we come from the very same people that's over there in Africa. We are the same club. When you get, it's the reason why they say Western mentality versus Eastern mentality. You get a woman from Africa or a man from Africa, their disposition is different from ours. And the reason why it's different from ours is because they raised different. You know what I'm saying? So if like I grew up in a horrible neighborhood in Chicago, right? And I'm gonna tell you something. What changed me was the reality that I had a friend when he was young, right? And his mom used to smoke crack. And while his mom was smoking crack, I made up in my mind at like 5, 6 years old, because we was like in kindergarten, that I'd never sell crack to my community. I said, how could you claim that you love your people, but you doing things that's gonna destroy your people? Now, don't get me wrong, when I was getting on the bus, I was seeing all my homeboys with 20-inch rims, getting all the girls, and I'm catching buses every day. A part of me wanted to do that too. But I kept that promise to myself that I can't say I love black people and destroy black people. So what I'm saying is like, we have to, it's everybody's not mentally strong enough to do that. I mean, luckily for some of us brothers out here speaking knowledge, we've been lucky enough to go through the bad things we went in life, but we also was smart enough to say, you know what? I see how detrimental this is to my community. But the people that's supplying us with the drugs, supplying us with the guns, etc., they're banking off of us being the weak ones. Because in reality, it's a lot harder to be the strong one and say, nah, dog, I'm good. Kind of like 78, you know what I'm saying? What he was saying about how he got security. It's a lot of dudes may say, oh, that's some whole stuff. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like you're a chump. But he's smart enough to say, I didn't work my butt off to get to this position. I don't care about your perception of me. And a lot of us, we have to realize that in our mind that we're not going to be sitting here caring about what the next man is saying, when in reality, we need to be worried about building better and going to our communities and making sure that they good, even if we got to do it from a distance. Because I know one thing, when you look at somebody like Nipsey Hussle, one thing I always respected about him that I learned after his death, because I wasn't even like a guy who listened to him. He was doing all those seminars and all this stuff, trying to teach people how to get real estate and all that. And some jealous fool took him out. So sometimes we have to love the hood from a distance, but we also have to be strong enough to say, I don't need to prove myself by being in this neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, you know what I'm saying, as black people, I really hope that all these dialogues that's open up, whether it's Kanye West talking about these other people, whether it's what just happened to this brother right now, it makes us not forget about it. Because what 78 played about how people just die and then life moves on, that's our problem. Because you look at what happened in the NFL, everybody wanted to be on the Black Lives Matter, Colin Kaepernick, but the next week they was back watching the NFL like nothing ever happened. And I can honestly tell you myself personally, I ain't watched this since that happened, because I said I'm gonna stand on it. If you so mad about all this stuff, why can't you stand on it? You can't sit up here and say like, oh, we about this life, but then when it goes down, you right back at it because you missed something. You know what I'm saying? You have to say, have enough discipline to go through it, just like the people who was marching and doing all those things back in the day. The reason why things changed, not because they love black people, is because black people at that time had enough discipline to walk miles and miles and miles to get to work and do whatever they had to do. So the economy got affected. So because the economy got affected, all of a sudden things changed. And if you look at the Asian community and anybody else, the reason why they ain't killing Asians and stuff like that, because they already know that China or somebody gonna put their foot on their neck, like we always talk about. So the thing is, unfortunately, as black people, we don't have a country. Our only black Americans, I mean, our country is America. So we don't really have the backing. That's why we have to have unity within ourselves. And when it boils down to us, all of a sudden want to diss a brother or do something, we need to do that like we do in our own households. Don't diss the brother in front of everybody else. You know what I'm saying? We need to diss these people behind everybody back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you, man. I mean, there's certain things that other communities, you know, they don't need to be in on that. I mean, we don't get in on their shit, you know, so I don't know why they should be in on ours. I heard you talk about promiscuous women having, you know, different babies, daddy. What was you talking about, like content creators?
What I was talking about, like, it's been promoted in our neighborhood, right?
Okay.
That, like, I even seen Rihanna come out this before she had a baby. She was talking about how she want to be a single mother, but statistically speaking, right, we all know that a two-family household raises children that's more productive in life. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that we have this movement all of a sudden to say like it's all good to just have a baby with no father around, or just go out here and just have sex with as many men as you can. We know that's a lie. Like, we know that's a lie. And a lot of these women end up broken and messed up. And instead of people calling out, you have these beta males in the chats and stuff saying, "Oh, just let a woman live how she lived." But when that woman left out there on her own, messed up, all of a sudden everybody should feel sorry for her. And I'm not trying to say us as men, we should be sitting back feeling as though that we don't have our part to step up with, because like 7-8 said, it's like, yo, one of the greatest things you can do is be a black father raising a black family and actually holding it down. But at the same time, we can't ignore the reality that there is an agenda to divide the black family, like back in the 70s when they was giving all these people this welfare money just for the man not to be there. This only happened to our community. So when people, but they shame us by saying we victims, we victims, we victims. We not victims, we just stating the reality. But the thing is, if we see the play, we have to make up in our mind that we're not going to just fall victim to what they trying to set the traps for us. So the reason I brought the promiscuous women, because you know, like I know, and all y'all know, when we was young, it was shame, because you said, I know one of the guys said they was 50. Think about it. When we was young, it was a shameful thing for a girl to be out here. I mean, something that's crazy is like giving a blowjob. Think about it. That wasn't a thing back in the day, especially in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Or just having sex with multiple dudes. You already know. We was looking to frown on it. Now, if you say something about it, oh, you hate black women. So It's like, what happened? You know what I'm saying? To the fact that we should feel the shame about something. We should be promoting ourselves around the world that we just lose.
Well, the white community didn't get offended when guys said that we went to that community for, you know, those type of favors and access. You know what I'm saying? So that we didn't really get with black girls. So they didn't really get offended, you know, but I guess, you know, we're gonna get offended about everything. So now you're making great points.
Yeah, when you think about it, right? Because a lot of people don't know, like, you know, I don't know if y'all know, but you know the term hunky, right? Let's think about it, right?
Right.
You know, I was doing research on it. The term hunky comes from the reality that back in the day, it was certain women that couldn't meet their bills. So the white men would roll up who would have money, and then they would honk their horns. So they started calling them hunkies because of that. So the thing is, it's like, the sad thing is, people don't know their history. When you know your history, you do better, or you fall for the same traps. So the reason I bring all that up is because we at a point right now where nobody wants correction. When you try to talk to people about things, they just laugh at you and they try to deflect. Like, even back in the day, y'all know, like I'm saying, remember back in the day in the hood, you would have like your mom, your grandma, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They'll come around when the guys rolling dice and everything. Because I remember this as a kid. And all those dudes will stop what they do and say, hey, miss, you need some help? They'll help us carry the bags to the crib and everything. Because they still had some form of upbringing. And even when I was in high school, you know what I'm saying? We would go into the back of the bus because we knew all the other people would sit in the front. Now these days, they'll knock your mama out, knock your grandmother out, shoot your kids, everything. And then they want to try to say, oh, you know what I'm saying? It comes with the territory. It's like, no, bro, you have to have some discipline. And if you don't, so like somebody said earlier, it's like we got to get rid of them and not be ashamed to get rid of these people because these are not our people. They're just black faces with KKK hats on. Because in the end of the day, they're going to destroy us within. And that's how all great dynasties fall. Great dynasties fall because we had an enemy within and we too scared to call these people off of what they are. You know what I'm saying? And we so fast to jump on our own people when they make mistakes, but we don't do the same thing to them other people. We be accepting those people back like, oh, it's all good, but it's not all good. We should treat those very same people with the same energy, and we should be harsh on our own people because you are part of our community, but not in the forefront of the world to see. If we gonna cut that person off, cut them off behind closed doors, mob style. And just get rid of them. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, man, I was saying the same stuff, but that's crazy. Me and you ain't never talked or nothing, but I was, talking about the same type of deal, just everything that's kind of okayed in the black community. I mean, it just can't be. We can't, like, we're the closest to extinction in America, So, I mean, we got to look at the numbers for what they are and just realize. But I guess it's easier said than done. Like when I was in my 20s, I didn't know none of the stuff that I know now. Like I say the last 5 years, as far as my growth, been real critical, just the way I think and look at, we're all in a trap. We're all in a bind. Rather you think that's your enemy or whatever. Both of y'all got a bigger issue, to deal with. And that's the way we get looked at all across the globe. And I actually took a clip from this panel that I frequent a lot, Platinum Elite. I be over there a lot. And there was I think he was I ain't gonna say what he was. Apparently he wasn't black, but he got up there. Some people may think he said something racist. I'm not gonna judge that. I'll let y'all judge it. But he had something to say that I think a lot of black people should hear because this is the way people think about us. You know what I'm saying? So let me let the other two brothers spit a little bit of something before I play the little.
I don't even need to say nothing. Play that shit.
What's up? What's up, Scoop?
I'm right here. I'm good.
What's up, family? I'm taking it all in. I hear y'all.
Yeah. Now we just trying to, I don't know how it's gonna go. We just trying to get up on here and at least leave enough jewels to where this video right here can be listened to, later on in life for somebody. That's what I want to do. But let me get in here since y'all kicking back. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my gas. Hey, I'm in my house. I'm not bothering nobody. Let me see.
Hold up.
What's going on, man?
Okay. Man. Hold up. This dude been trying his best to come up here and say something racist. Right here. Go ahead, bro. What you want to say? This dude right here want to say something racist. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, not this.
Hey, listen. All I'm going to say is judge one by the content of their character.
That's all you got?
That's all I got, bro.
Yo, it clears me when the racists refer to Dr.
Hold up. In the chat,
Racist white people go to is a Dr. King free.
Yeah, he said in the chat. Hold up, in the chat, he said he died over a piece of chicken. That's what he said in the chat.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That's because hold on, bro. Y'all kill each other for less than that. So what the fuck you talking about?
All right, well, listen, go outside, find a black person and say that to them in their face right now.
I do every day, bro. I do every day.
Well, get on the video.
Every day. You know what else I've been doing? Hey, hold on, bro. You know what else I've been doing? I ain't even been looking at y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, there you go. Y'all keep smoking each other, bro. Don't nobody give a fuck about y'all.
Why you kill somebody over 15 cents?
Don't nobody care about y'all, bro. 7 continents on this planet and don't nobody fuck with y'all. Dominicans don't fuck with niggas. Puerto Ricans don't fuck with niggas.
Those
Canadians,
are niggas,
Italians, Germans. Nobody fucks with y'all, bro.
Those are niggas.
Y'all keep killing each other.
Yep, he's right.
Those are niggas too.
There you go.
That's what it is.
That's
so
what you
now
had, bro?
what? Y'all kill each other a piece of.
There you go. There you go. Those were his contributions, bro. Now that's all he had to say. I wish he wouldn't have said. You actually we
Hey, you know, I played it. Like I said, I could rewind it. We got Politbro in the back. What's going on, Politbro?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, we lost Topper. But you know what y'all think about that clip that I just played?
It depends on how deep you want to get or how basic you want to get, right? I know motherfuckers from everywhere, and I know for a fact when a Dominican person gets killed, it's likely another Dominican. I know for a fact when a German gets killed, it's likely another German. If we want to go there with it, me being an activist,
but those are niggas too,
huh?
Those are niggas too. He said Dominicans. Those are black people. That's what a nigga is. What are you talking
stop
about?
cutting niggas off.
A Dominican.
Bro. Let me talk, bro.
But they don't identify them. A lot of them
Stop
don't.
cutting niggas off. I'm talking about black people. So that whole nigga thing, see, that's what I'm saying. It's about how deep you want to get. If we want to get that deep, that's cool. He's talking about black people. He said niggas because he was trying to be offensive or whatever, and the dude came in with his correction. I don't really play those type of games because when I'm talking about niggas, I don't mean ignorant people, even though a bunch of black people is ignorant. I'm talking about any black person in general, right? And when Asians die, whatever you are, if you Cambodian, if you Chinese, right? Whatever you are, Korean, it's more than likely that happened within that culture. That's the way it goes. But I do know this, within us, it's absolutely glorified, right? A killer is like revered like a father, like a really good dad, right? A killer could just do the most heinous shit and be good and be respected. Like, it's not even feared. He's respected. We love that shit. And that right there is something crazy, because I've listened to all types of music. And I will say, my culture, my people, I mean, and I'm not saying it's only black people, right? Because hip hop, there's motherfuckers from all types of races. I get that part, but it's still the influence of black people. And we the only ones, at least that I'm hearing, talking the way we're talking. Now, I know there's some sadistic ass music out there, right? There's some wild ass rock groups. I get all that. I mean, I don't really listen to that stuff. Like I said, I'm more tuned into what's going on with my people. And I know my people are fucking up. And that's the bottom line. So I like to deal with it from just that thing, because we could always peel back the layers, but that's not going to stop my people from killing each other. And that's what I care about. I'm not really concerned on who don't fuck with us. I'm not concerned on other ethnicities' problems. We got a bunch of problems of our own. And I know a lot of us had the same problem. But black people, we need to fix this shit, because it's out of control. It's been out of control.
Yeah, it's been out of control.
Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
Can I say something to what he said about the niggas though? Like black people, like Dominicans. I don't. If I showed up in Dominican Republic right now and I could speak Spanish, you couldn't tell me I wasn't a Dominican. So we're the same people. So that doesn't make sense. Black is black. We're just in different areas.
Nigga, they gonna know.
That's a problem of separation.
They gonna know.
Bro.
You think you can show up in the Dominican Republic speaking Spanish and they just accept you? Yeah, okay. Because you're smart enough.
I'm not talking about the Dominicans. I'm talking about the people who don't know that I'm Dominican. Just like the people, just like the
they
black
gonna
people.
know. They're gonna know. The same way in about 15, 20 minutes, you'll know a nigga ain't from Tacoma. It ain't hard to figure out. Now you talking about, like, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but bro, believe me, your phenotype is gonna be different.
Well, I mean,
they gonna put some of that shit in front of you that they normally eat when you don't know what it is. It's up from there.
Hey,
my boy Thompson in the building. My boy Thompson in the building. What up with you?
What's up? What's up?
Dr. Hood,
Hey,
Dr. Hood, what's going on, brother?
Oh
Salute to the
man,
panel.
oh man. You know what I'm saying? Just striving to stay alive. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, one
It
quick
seems to
thing
be
I
the
want to
game
say.
nowadays.
Yes, sir.
Hey, one quick thing I want to say. What the guy was saying is, I think as Black people, you know what I'm saying, we have to accept the reality that this is the perception of the world, but a lot of times perceptions is based on some reality, even if it's a warped reality. Because like I was saying before, like they say it's like over 20 million Black people in America, but yet they only reduce our community to the people that's doing crime. So with that being said, you got to think about this, right? It's like stereotypes are for a reason, right? So if the guy says we kill each other over a piece of chicken, right? We have to ask ourselves, like, is this really something that goes on, and not get offended by it? Because I can just give you an example. I knew this guy that I was growing up with, right? And I'm sure that anybody from a hood can attest to this stuff. When you had starter jackets back in the day, you could get killed over that starter jacket. And I remember this guy that I was growing up with, right? This girl, she had an icy cup, because they used to sell icy cups back in the day. You know what I'm saying? 25 cents. So that one of the dudes in the hood took the icy cup, and he went over there, because he was in the gang too. He went over there to confront the dude, like, yo, like, why you take the little girl icy cup? You know what I'm saying? It's on 25 cents. You know, we out here getting hundreds. And he shot him and killed him over 25 cents. You know what I'm saying? So we have to acknowledge the reality that even though dudes are racist, this is the perception that they're getting from us, because we don't check this stuff at the door. The reality is we should have the same outrage of somebody dying over a 25 cent icy cup, or even when they had the whole thing. I know y'all remember that. Remember when they had the whole KFC, it was Popeye. I think it was either Popeye or KFC. The whole thing with chicken sandwich. Think about how ratchet people was dancing on their cars, doing all kinds of ratchet stuff for a chicken sandwich. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? It's because we actually go out there and present ourselves to the world like we some type of animal. You know what I'm saying? In the reality, we need to be checking these people and not be afraid to check these people when they disrespect us. Because the reason why you have like the Asian communities and these different communities that don't have that perception is not because they don't have that going on. Because you go to California, you go to Mexico. I mean, look at Mexico. Or some of these different places, start cutting people's bodies up, doing all kinds of stuff. But yet they get the representation that they work so hard and they get. Same thing with the Asians. You got like Pol Pot over in Asia that kill billions of people, but you don't ever hear nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? The reason why it is because propaganda is a drug.
Thank you. That's exactly one of my points, man. We gotta look at this, man. We had a movie about LA gang culture before we had a movie about LA fathers. Right? Colors can't like this whole thing. We could even go to this, right? Because I'm not really into doing this, but now this is just me defending my people a little bit, right? In New York, well, multiple things have happened, but I'm gonna talk about one specific thing. This girl said this boy did something to her. She said he took $20. It was something petty. This a Dominican dude or Puerto Rican something. They hunted this boy down like basset hounds. He ran into a store.
13-year-old.
13, a child, grown man, chopped him up. But the thing is that what they did, they hurried up and dealt with it. Oh yeah, it was on Fox 5, but we heard way more about the Tekashi case. We heard way more about GS9 and them niggas. Like we got hold on. We got this other gang on film doing this shit. They got rappers, they got all that. But there's something about black people, and we already know the country was founded on that shit. The plays never change. I tell Rich that all the time. I tell Jim all that all the time. They run the same plays that they had for years, which is negative black propaganda, and motherfuckers buy that shit. And we could have 1,000 positive men who's really doing work in the streets. We know their names. They're giving jobs. They're raising men. And they'll find one jigaboo, plaster him everywhere, and everybody will get on code. Every race, every white person, and they'll go with it. This is something that's ingrained in this shit. And when they come here, they get told, this is the way we moving. This is what it is, bro. Now, what Dude was saying, he was telling the truth. Nobody fucks with black people. Yes, black people have no friends. Our greatest scholars have told us that. All this is done for a reason. Now, I will say this. Internally, yep, there's things we absolutely need to check. And for all you brothers who's on that type of time, I'm with you 100%. But what I'm just going to point out is that anything we do is always going to be worse. We could look at Jerry Lee Lewis and we could look at Ike Turner. Did you see the thing when all the wives met up and told the Jerry Lee Lewis stories?
No.
Nah, I didn't see it.
Come on, man. This dude, well, we all know he married his 13-year-old cousin, impregnated her at 14. Right? We know that story. But
St. Elvis, look at him. He married Priscilla when she was he met her when she was 14. Nobody talks about that.
Hey, I brought that up. Hey, Dr. Hood talks about it.
Well, you know, when we say nobody, you know, the only people who care about that are black people because we got to defend ourselves. But one thing that I do know, and I've heard this from people from other cultures, you talk about black people, then you don't got to talk about anything else. Black people always steal the headline. Hey, you know that a white dude just killed 2 people down in Georgetown, double murder. All we talking about is Takeoff.
Yeah.
And we from Seattle.
Or even think about
but
what
you
was
know
going on.
what? Did you guys see the kid stabbing the other kid video?
Yes.
It's probably gonna go viral.
Yes, I seen that.
Yeah, it's gonna
did y'all
be
see
viral.
about Kansas? Y'all see what's going on in Kansas? How it was a serial killer out there killing black women. You know what I'm saying? And the YouTube had to bring it to attention. That's
You
what
said it was where in Kansas?
In Kansas. Look it up. It was a serial killer.
Okay.
And he was out there killing black women, pretty much put them in chains, locked them up in that basement, and it was getting no traction. And just like with the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, people was reporting this. And it had to get traction for black people to say, yo, do something about it. And they had to take a black woman to escape outside of his basement to report it and for them to do anything about it. But it literally just happened this month. It just passed. Look it up.
Wow.
Just saying, man. Media is a hell of a drug. It's kind of like Malcolm X said. Nothing's never changed. He said, what Malcolm X said, I'm paraphrasing. He said, the media will make the good guy look bad and make the bad guy look good.
Yes,
we
sir.
see this happening. You know what I'm saying? And I say we have to, as a people, wake up to this reality that we're not only fighting against ourselves, we're fighting against the propaganda machine that wants us to look crazy, deranged, and sick across the world. Because even if you look at like something like Vietnam, right? It's this documentary, right? You talk about black soldiers back in the day in Vietnam. They said when it came to Vietnam, the Vietnam people were treating them very good. But the white people that was there, that was treating them like second-class citizens, started putting things in that man like, oh, black man, yeah, do this, that, whatever to you. So the people started looking at the black people like they was the enemy. But before, they treated them good. And they spread this propaganda throughout the world. Now, all of a sudden, we are the people that is looked at as the criminals. When historically speaking, we the people who most nice. Just think about like back in the day when the Asians came over here, they could have set up shots in the white people neighborhood because they called them all kinds of names. But they can shut up shops in our neighborhood because we show some love. But yet they hate us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all of them because I'm judging off nations, not based off individuals. But this is something that people got to really think about is that when you have propaganda and then you have us as a people that's lending our voices as far as music or anything to promote the very things that these people say that we are, and that's the only thing that they hear, of course they're going to look at us that way. You have to realize in our mind that it's a game. And if we don't play the game right, that's why the world going to hate us. And it's not to say that they not going to hate us regardless, because they always hate us. But we got to make up in our mind, we got to be black first and not everybody else first, and then black after that. Because even when it comes to like voting, right? They'll say, "Oh, we need the black vote, we need the black vote," but then all of a sudden they passion Asian hate crime. Then they put black men as the face of the hate crime. They want to say black men are the one that things are happening to trans people. Black men is the new white man. We got all this stuff going on. Yeah,
Man, that's crazy. Like, man, that's crazy. Like, yeah. I never even really looked at all that shit. Keep going. I just had to chime in real quick.
They using us for everything. Like, look at this. Check this out.
How is this happening?
Because we have no control over our own image like other people do, and it all leads back to one place. I think I talked about it before. Who controls the media? And we saw that with what happened last week with Kanye. So now if you look at this new thing, Elon Musk took over Twitter, and the N-word use on Twitter jumped 500%. Now, which is crazy, right? Because YouTube allows the use of the N-word like it ain't nothing. But they try to make a issue out of the use of the N-word on Twitter, but Facebook and YouTube allow the worst of the N-word. And I think I talked to some of you guys about this before. It's like the use of the N-word. I'm telling you, man, and they were kind of using all this stuff to keep us off this damn.
Why you niggas saying the N-word?
Oh,
because see, here be the whole thing. It'd be funny because they be talking this N-word shit. Y'all, my friends on Facebook right now, I be saying, nigga, how come I don't never get in trouble, bro? I shouldn't in the country we're in.
Only reason why I said it because I'm reading it off of something.
Huh?
I'm reading it off of something. I'm reading it off of.
But see, here's the whole thing. Okay, what I'm trying to figure out is this, Rich.
Yeah.
Let's say we're reading an article, and the article saying the N-word. Why you saying the N-word like y'all don't print the word nigga already?
Well, I kind of look at it because they using nigger.
Okay.
Versus nigga. You know what I'm saying?
So it's different. Okay.
No, it ain't different.
Because if I add the ER, I'm gonna be offensive because I'm gonna start adding that shit.
Yeah.
Now check this out. It's deeper than that because think about this. If I literally posted something with I just literally used the emoji as a raccoon, right? And I got banned for hate speech, right?
What?
Yes.
Emoji?
I did too.
For a raccoon.
Ooh, they are you niggas asses.
Yeah, coon. You say coon, you get in trouble.
Let's think about that. But to the brother's point, to say nigga, kill all day, nothing.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? It's deep. It's real deep.
I could post homicides online. Right? I don't really know if I could call women females like that, but I know I could call all you new dudes niggas. I could just say shit that you guys would slap the fuck out of me. Oh yeah, you bitch ass niggas. Like I could say all this crazy shit. I would never say the shit to you niggas like that, right? And so it's amazing. Because I don't want to blame the internet for everything. I think that's corny. Nigga got to be accountable for something. But at the same time, if you send your kids to me and I allow an absolute environment of chaos and bedlam, and these kids start running fades and a riot damn near breaks out, can we really? I mean, I guess the kids got to be responsible for something, but it's like the people in charge of this shit. We always talking about oh man, I don't want to call us victims. We're sheep. We're led astray. Right? Why is it okay
for victims?
Me? Why is it okay for me?
I agree.
To make
the victim Olympics, man.
I'm trying to pick my words.
Though, man.
I'm trying to pick my word. I'm trying to be a little accurate here. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, why is it so okay?
Now we need that raw Def Chef, man.
Why is it so okay for me to just be an absolute idiot?
You know what it is? They created that whole victim mentality thing because they don't want us to actually talk about the real life problem that is going on with Black people. Like, if we talk about things that's going on in the Black community, right? They'll point to Obama. They'll point to Oprah. They'll point to Jason and all these different people in life. It's like, yeah, those one in a minute. But that doesn't mean that overall there's not a problem. It's like gaslight. What they do is they manipulate us to make us feel bad, talk about the reality of this issue. But yet, you'll have a situation with the 24 karat people, and as soon as you say something about them, they all of a sudden say, oh, it's going to lead to hate, violence, and people getting killed. But why is it not going to lead to hate, violence? Because talking about, like, yo, you're going to come out and promote hate, violence, you're doing all this stuff. It's not going to, like, why? Because they don't care about themselves. So why should we care? They don't talk about that. That's why I said we got to wake up and realize that, like I said, we are our worst enemy, but at the same time, we do have an enemy. We got to realize that our enemies are surrounding us and they laughing at us. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't realize that sooner than later, we're going to be depressed. We're gonna fall, and we're going to wake up one day and realize ourselves that all those people that was trying to give us game that we laughed at, they was right. And I feel that we're at a point in time right now when this conversation is happening that we need to keep pushing forward and not forget about it like all the other movements that happen in our lifetime.
Well, I think we should push Black ownership. I think Black ownership is the victimization thing is real, because you can't look at any other race of people and you can compare somewhat to what the Jews went through, but we've been robbed of our history. We've been enslaved. We've been just broken down to pieces. And somebody makes a law and says, okay, now it's equal rights. You know, we got to be honest about African Americans in general. We all behind the 8 ball. You can't be enslaved for hundreds of years, denied the glory of being able to read and write, and then somebody snaps their finger and we all at the same line taking off at the race. We behind the 8 ball. Yeah. We don't own anything. Yeah. That's why they make money off of us. Right. Because we don't own it. Any Black people that's rich, that money was given to them. We don't have startup money. You can
that's
say,
why,
okay,
that's why our brothers is
we're gonna go to white
streets.
people to give us the money. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation. It's a horrible, sad situation, and a lot of people will never experience it unless you that color. But you know, the first rule of healing is accepting what happened and accepting that we are behind the 8 ball. We got some Black people that slip through the cracks and are successful, but that's not the consistent with our race. They've been removing the Black man from the family for years. Mm. Who sets up a system where you can house women and children and say a man can't live here? The father of the children cannot stay here. We are behind the 8 ball. And the minute that gets acknowledged, the healing and the moving forward can begin. but we all behind. It ain't equal. So
yeah, but
it's
see,
the
here's the
reality
whole
of the
thing.
situation.
Here's the thing with that. Acknowledged by who, right? Because I think, though, I think we acknowledge that. I don't really know, and when I say we, I think like most black men. I really do think most black men have come to terms with that, but it's all like, we're not a unified front with it, right? Because, man, we got all these images to where, like, if you're struggling in certain areas, now you're less than a man. Like, before, struggling in them areas and persevering, we respected that. We respected a black man who can make $1 out of 15 cents, and it would still be whatever it was. It would be 15 cents, but you would make it $1. You would make it more. You would stretch it. Like, right? We don't respect hamburger with rice and gravy anymore. Like, that's not a real man shit. A real man gonna provide a tomahawk steak. Like, us as black men.
But my brother, I gotta ask you this: why are we in the position all the time where we gotta make $1 out of 15 cents?
Oh, because we own.
Why is this illusion around that we always gotta fly to where everybody else can walk to?
Yes,
we own 1/2 of 1%, right, of America's wealth is absolutely by design, right? I like this. This is all stuff I would never even try to argue, because the proof is like in life. Like, I see this shit, right? And the thing is, what happens is there's always going to be some of us who do well, who are successful. There's going to be some of us who are super successful. But what happens, there be this detachment. Like I said on the platform before, those of us who make, let's say you make $75K a year. You live a $75K a year lifestyle, and you probably deal with people who make more money than you. That's just the nature of the shit, right? But I got people in my family, bro, who don't got septic systems, right? Who live in the deep south, right? I got motherfuckers who, where they live, they don't even really pay rent. They just there. But I don't go visit. That's not where I hang out. That's not my reality. So there's a detachment. And when you live a certain way, you do have a tendency to think everybody could do it. Nah, there's people who live in towns with a sawmill, and they don't get 1,000 different options of work. And there's one school, and you go through one system, and we could say, yeah, you got to get it together and get up out of there. But man, that shit hard, and it's harder for some than others.
Yeah.
The average black person don't live in the city.
Well, that's the ownership part, because all the kids running the streets with pistols, they could be being hired at, corner stores and
here be the thing.
Ownership breeds confidence.
Some of the poorest black people, they own shit. They have land.
What Paletta bro talking about, man?
Ownership breeds confidence. Like,
okay, I like that.
Exactly.
That's a lot. Yeah, like when I feel good when I know I can go to a black business and it covers a wide variety of things that I need, instead of everybody just doing one or two things. Like if I want to see a black man working, I gotta turn on the NBA or or something like that.
It's the media aspect. It's that same media aspect that y'all was talking about, because I listened to y'all brothers cook up, and he was talking about how Chinese people could come to the hood and we embrace them. We didn't embrace them. We didn't own shit, so we couldn't say you can't come here. They can't go to an Orthodox Jewish community and start slinging chicken wings and French fries, because they don't own shit over there.
Yeah.
Like, that's the key. Like, it goes back to that 40 acres and the mule shit. All the shit that was done to black people, we was happy with the 40 acres and the mule. Just give us the farmland so we can make our own food and produce for ourselves. And you didn't even get that. They don't want you to own shit. That's the key. We don't own our own music. We dance and sing and rap and all this shit, and they don't own the masters.
Yep, because when we owned it, we wasn't rapping about killing each other. That's for sure.
Exactly. It
when
goes
we
right
owned
back
it,
to when you don't own shit, you can't conduct the narrative of it.
Right. You can't conduct shit. You know, are you gonna let somebody come to your house and run shit?
no matter how you got the house,
Music
right?
is art. That's the
just
sad
let
thing.
you
Music
come to
is
my
art.
shit. Right?
Music is an art form. Everybody who does music, who truly loves it, they say it's an art form. So when you go into one of them big music distribution places and they say, hey, look, this hugging black kids and shit ain't selling. We need you on the corner with some Mac 10s and some motherfuckers with some flags on, and this is what's going to sell. And you say, okay, I'm going to do it. So now it's no longer an art form. It's a form of propaganda. Who's going to come up here and get this money and advertise this for us to look at and think it's okay? Like y'all said, they've been coming out with gang movies before anything else. We don't own shit, so we can't control it. So now you're getting force-fed shit. That young brother lost his life at a dice game. Now, we all been outside. Is the dice game the safest place to be?
No.
No, it never was. It never was. There was jack boys who made an occupation out of just robbing dice games.
Yeah. Yeah.
They put his body on.
Look at the image we portray. That shit look cool, but it's not safe. But it looked cool. Everything looked this way. It's a horrific time for kids to live in. I got a newborn son, and I shake my head every day. But
congratulations, man.
It's sad, man. Yeah, man. Thank you. But it's sad living and having to teach your kids this. And I think there's a huge separation between generations because I'm not old. I'm not super old, but I'm old. I'm 36, but I still came from a time with strong black men that would tell you a certain level of guidance and how to operate and how to move around. And I think right now, this next generation, everything they know about moving around is through propaganda and what's been force-fed to them.
Yeah.
Because I don't know no millionaires out. I don't know no white guys, millionaires selling millions of records, millions of dollars shooting dice at a fucking bowling alley. I don't know too many white people doing that.
or
let's keep it real.
or any other ethnicity.
I heard it was.
But that's what gets promoted to us on the regular. Get a check and buy a car before you buy a house.
Yep.
Go buy a chain that ain't worth 50% of what you paid before it. It ain't gonna be worth 50% of what you paid for, but buy that first before you buy your mother some property. That's what they do. And they say, I went and bought a car, I bought a Ferrari. You ain't buy no property. You ain't buy no house. You don't own shit yet. You bought a bunch of shit that ain't worth half of what you spent for it after you got it. It's the mentality that we walk around with. Not me, but a lot of our younger generation.
Hey, you know what? And I'm going to tell you what's so bad about it. A lot of the people we talking about, they end up doing all that shit, but they had enough money coming in to where they could cover all that, right? But some of these people, when they make an investment on a chain, that's a real deal life investment, right? You a rapper, the motherfucking label will get you that shit just for imaging. But when you got a young nigga out here who barely got anything and he decide I'm gonna spend 30, 40,000 on this and I'm gonna get, bro, that's a house right there. And we don't be understanding that concept, right? Because we know that's enough for a chain. Nah, bro, if you work that money right, that's enough to get you in a house and really get you rolling in life. And these rappers be knowing this shit. They have agents. They got people who teach them all this shit. But they don't never make raps about
I don't think they could do what they really want to do. I think they're the 2022 slave. They the new slave. You do what we say you gonna do.
Right.
Because the young bulls, my young cousins, I love them to death. But these new motherfuckers is all about the bag. If it ain't got nothing to do with the bag, they can't focus. It used to be a time where money was one thing, but now it's just these niggas will do anything for the money. And it's just, they'll sell their soul, they'll kill their brother, they'll do anything for the bag. And that's what's been promoted to us because everybody want to be fly. Everybody got the same story. I sat on the stoop and watched the drug dealers ride by in fancy cars and fuck bad bitches and stuff. You know, that's what we see and that's what we grow up with. And that shit ain't correct.
Yep.
We got our own shit. That's my whole thing with it.
Yeah.
Own something.
I ain't
We got to
even
own
mad at them.
a TV station that promotes what we are trying to be.
Right.
Yeah, we lost that under the Telecommunications Act. Bill Clinton passed that. That was a Democrat. Telecommunications Act. That's when all the black stations start disappearing because the companies weren't allowed to own more than maybe 1 or 2 stations at a time in one area, and black people owned probably the most that we ever owned radio and media at that time. So it was a Telecommunications Act we need to really take a look at, and take a look at, like I say, the list. We need to hold these people at top accountable. There needs to be a list. We need to, like we doing podcasts on the names of these rappers, we need to start doing podcasts on the names of these executives of a particular persuasion that's out here putting us out here like this. You know what I'm saying? We need to start like Kanye. I mean, I ain't bringing up Kanye, but he did put the list up in his last little rant. He said, "Who are the executives?" And he held up the list. And he said, "Executives of all these companies are of one group." And see, we're kind of skipping past what needs to be done. Like, we didn't hold ourselves accountable, but yeah, we can hold ourselves accountable, yeah. But really, if we need to start holding them accountable, that's the thing. We letting them off the hook. We ain't letting ourselves off the hook because we'll kill each other. So there ain't nobody getting off the hook. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, the Kanye thing is a funny thing too, though, bro. That Kanye thing, you know, because he's saying a lot of truth in what he's saying. Now, a lot of people take it different ways, but he's saying a lot of truth. But at the same time, we got to acknowledge that he's bipolar. He's not mentally all there. And I'm not giving the dude a pass. I'm just saying from the outside looking in. I think he already had a mental issue. And I think he's been in some rooms where he's seen some shit he wasn't supposed to see. And when you're in that position and you're already mentally ill, I think it'll take you down like a deeper path. Because imagine he up here talking about he a billionaire. Talk about all the conversations he probably heard. All the things he done probably seen in these rooms that nobody never will be exposed to. And then he come outside and he trying to talk in a way where it's like, I'm trying to tell you, but this is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, money reveals a lot of truth.
Yeah, but hold up 1 second, brother. Hold up 1 second. I mean, I just came back in. I missed some of what y'all was saying, but I want y'all to think about this, right? Every black man that has been in a position to speak about what's going on, what has happened is they have made the people out to be crazy. Now, Kanye West said something recently where I said we overlooked what he said. He said that they say he crazy. They say all this stuff. He said if he would have went into that doctor, he said, how easy would it be for them to slip something with inside of his pills that something would happen to him and people would just write it off that he crazy. We gotta be paying attention. You look at Michael Jackson. Yeah, look at DMX, Michael Jackson, anybody, Sam Cooke, anytime these guys speak out about what's going on, all of a sudden they end up dead. We gotta ask ourselves, is this all just a coincidence? You know what I'm saying? Something is going on.
You could be a YouTuber with a certain amount of subscribers. You're dangerous. That's how they always perceived black people and people of power. Is how many people is going to follow you to do something. You know, Malcolm X could have sat there and said everything he said, but it's a different image when you got 200 black people standing behind you all dressed in black suits. The feeling is different. Now you somebody who can control other people. So now you're a target.
Yeah, but you look at it, to your point with Malcolm X, there's a clip that came out recently with Malcolm X saying the very same things when they was trying to put the anti-Semitic thing on him back in the day. And the story hasn't changed. So we have to ask ourselves this question. It's like,
you talking about the chickens coming home to roost?
Yeah. No, he said something about like, the guy was saying something about like how his words can be prescribed to be anti-Semitic.
Right.
And he said, well, you go to the black community. He said, we don't own anything. And then he labeled those people. He said, but yet you go to their communities, we don't own nothing. And he was talking about every other community, how everybody owns everything, but yet in our community, we don't own nothing. But yet we want to claim it as our own. You know what I'm saying? Then they was like, don't you think that's kind of anti-Semitic? He said, no, it's just pretty much what it is, And I had to send you guys the clip, man. I had to send it, post it on my thing, because the thing is, if the story doesn't change, it's like, are these people really lying? I mean, like I said, if y'all get a chance, look up what Sam Cooke said, look up what Malcolm X said, and look up even with Michael Jackson. Think about it.
Yeah, Prince.
Michael Jackson.
The list goes on and on.
Yeah, look up Michael Jackson and his song that they don't really care about us, right? He says, "Screw me, these people, everybody do me." Now think about this, right? You know, the only reason I'm blocking the word out because I don't want y'all stuff to get banned, because this is how serious it gets. Now think about this, right?
Oh, my bad about cursing, huh?
Hold on.
No, it's
and
good.
that goes back to the nigger shit. And to the the nigger, because obviously nigger's cool, right? Okay, so I'm gonna start saying nigger. Now I better not say ooh, right? Because that'll get the platform in jeopardy. How many niggers can I say before Dr. Hood gets a strike today?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4. I don't know.
I bet you any kind of money, you're not gonna get no strike for saying that word. I bet you.
Why can I now?
Well, the algorithm's different in the daytime.
Who am I talking to right now? I want to ask.
Nigga.
Who am I talking to
specifically? That's nothing.
Because I want to ask. What's your name, brother?
You'll get more strikes for cussing in the daytime. Daytime's a different algorithm.
Well, bro, it's 10:25.
Yeah. They ain't gonna do nothing about no nigga though.
Hey, look, let me ask you a question. In times like these, right, when if I was to say you own my image, that could be anti-Semitic, right? Why can't I say nigger? Or like, I don't understand. Like,
because you're not Jewish.
No,
Jewish
even deeper than
that. That's offensive. I'm disrespecting y'all.
Well, even deeper than that, think about this, right? You can't say like, even on you know that song Menace to Society, he said something about the Japs did this. They bleeped that word out, but they had every other word in there about black people. Think about that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's because it's acceptable to be like disrespectful to black people and push a negative imagery on black people. But yet you can't talk about any people.
They're getting paid for pushing a narrative. What other race of people do you hear all this divisive shit being pushed to their community? Do you hear Asians talk about killing Asians?
No.
Do you hear that Jews talk about smoking Jews on the corner?
Nope.
Yeah, but think about this.
They don't move like that. I grew up around Jewish people. They move at a whole different. Everything about them is their people.
But think about this.
They set up shop and they have their own community. They have their own little police department. They have their own stores. They're self-sufficient because they're not being preached divisive. We get preached divisive. It's colors with us since we kids. You wear this color, I wear this color, and we shoot each other the fuck up.
Is that, and you got to think about it.
To nobody else.
Hey man, Thompson cooking, boy.
They got economic backing. They got economic backing, like I was saying before.
Okay.
The economic backing means a lot of things.
So you guys know.
Yeah, it's like
I'm not anti-Semitic at all, but I know when they got shipped out. They owned a lot of jewelry stores in Germany.
How does this sound?
They didn't have money. That's why they ran them out.
Spending power.
So they got economic backing, but black people are the biggest consumers. Like that to me.
Exactly.
That's the dumbest shit ever.
That's where our power lies.
Like how are
because we don't own
how are
shit.
we the biggest consumers ever?
Oh, I can tell you how. Because when you don't
there's
have
races that make money and there's races of people that spend money.
The biggest consumers will always be the motherfuckers who had a leash because you don't have shit. Like, man, bro, I'm gonna keep it real.
We are the biggest consumers.
Huh?
We are the biggest consumers. We're the biggest investors with sweat equity.
We the biggest consumers, because I know motherfuckers spending $375 for a Balenciaga t-shirt.
I know people that spend $300 on a t-shirt that only got $1,500 to their name.
Wait, what we talking about? The rotate?
Those other races don't do that.
The rotate.
That's a large percentage of what you own, your net worth. On a t-shirt. So
I'm gonna look at it like that.
Dr. Hood, when we make our money outside the community, we don't have nothing that's black owned to spend it on to keep it within the community. So
look, Dr. Hood can make t-shirts. Dr. Hood can make t-shirts tomorrow for the black community and say this is for us to grow something. Is the black community gonna come together and buy Dr. Hood t-shirts? Or they gonna go to Balenciaga, Gucci, one of these stores.
Man,
exactly.
We don't do shit like that. We don't. Do y'all remember Fat Farm, Fubu, for us by us?
Of course.
Do y'all remember certain things that took place?
Yeah.
What happened to these companies?
BET, you look at that.
They sold out.
Took it. Sold out.
That's what you do. That's what the thing is, you know. They build them up.
The brother Bob Johnson.
The whole shit shifted. Like you niggas are saying now. Okay, the only niggas who just wear a regular ass t-shirt, these niggas gotta have $100,000 worth of jewelry on, 25 chains, like that. That's to like highlight the t-shirt. But like Dr. Hood said, shit, you could always just go get you a $300 t-shirt, $1,000 coat. Like, this shit's outrageous. And niggas don't even be having no bread, right? Like, how you got a $300 coat and you don't even got $3,000?
Right. You know what it is, bro?
You got $300 coat and got roaches crawling up your walls. You got roaches falling off the cereal box, but you got $1,500 pair of sneakers.
Yeah,
that's what needs to be talked about, though.
What it is that people in our community, we don't realize that we're trying to live up to an image to make ourselves be acceptable to people that will never love us. That's why you can have a Bill Gates walking around here. Think about it. You can have a Bill Gates walking around here, right, with a Mr. Rogers sweater on, with some jeans that cost $25. And he get respected by the world. But yet, when we go into that same meeting, we got to have a suit on, we got to have a tie on, we got to have $3,000 on because we feel as though these people will respect us if we got all this stuff on. When in reality, they'll never respect us.
But
that's the thing we got to understand in ourselves.
Where does that feeling come from? What does that feeling come from? Where you feel you got to look a certain way to be respected?
It comes from TV.
It comes from slavery, bro. You got to think about this, right?
From white
back in the day,
exactly.
Yeah. Think about this, right? I mean, it's a psychological thing. You have to think about this, right? Back in the day, like as far as us killing one another, think about this. And I'm gonna go back to what we were saying before, but I just want to tie this into what we're saying. Think about this, right? Back in the day, they used to have slaves fight one another to the death so that they can get the scraps. This is like a real thing.
What did they call that?
I can't remember it back.
Mandingo fights.
Yeah, Mandingo fights. And now they calling black men Mandingos. Now think about this, right? So we was fighting to the death just to prove ourselves that we the better slave. So now all of a sudden you transfer that to the future tense. All of a sudden you have a situation where we still trying to prove that we worthy to be loved. But we don't want to accept that because somebody bring that out to us. We say, no, I'm black. I don't care what nobody else say. But it's like, okay, if you really accept, you know what I'm saying, yourself for who you are, why are you trying to be something else? Or why are you trying to feel like you need to flex on somebody just to be what you are? The reality is that we don't want to accept the psychological damage that's been done to our community. And anytime you bring it up,
amen,
people always push it off and try to say, oh, let's redirect that to something else. Because we don't want to accept the fact that we've been psychologically damaged for hundreds of years. And as soon as we realize that we've been psychologically damaged, we can heal. Because you know they say with trauma, the first thing that happens is denial. And we haven't got on the denial stage. Most of our community, we haven't got over that stage. Once we get over that stage, we can start to heal. But until we get over that stage, we're going to be stuck in a repetitive cycle of constantly trying to prove ourselves to people that would never love us. We can go way back. I mean, even think about this when we're growing up in school, right? They always want to talk about Hitler and all these different things. Why ain't nobody talking about Leopold II? He killed 10 million Congolese people.
Nobody talks about Leopold.
That's what I'm saying, bro. 10 million Congolese people. You know what I'm saying? Even look at what happened with Libya, right? And I'm not trying to go too political. I'm just saying, think about this. When Obama came over there, right? Gaddafi said, he said the reason why he accepted Obama is because Obama was black. And he thought he was going to do right by him. Now, mind you, in Libya, not only did they give people free electricity and free college things, they said that they was going to send the people over there to other countries as long as they bring that back to Libya. But then when they took this man out, now we got slavery in Libya. That's why I say all skin folk, not kinfolk. These people may look like us, but they not us. Because ultimately in the end, and now mind you, I just want to say this might sound crazy, but you can look this up yourself. Who was Obama tied to? Look at his mama and her lineage. The same people that we talking about today. Because his mama was from that same cloth. But nobody want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? It gets deep when you really start researching all these people that is really affecting our community. But when you talk about it, they say you're a conspiracy theorist, you're crazy. And I want to say one quick thing. Let's tie all these words together. Conspiracy theorist, homophobe, transphobe, anti-Semitism. The reason why they bring these words up is because it breaks down our psychological mind to think that we can't think outside of the box, because automatically it triggers something inside of us to say, if we go against this very word, we're preaching hate. When in reality, we just thinking on our own. You know what I'm saying?
Show, bro.
Exactly.
So all the truth, you got a show?
No, I don't got no show, bro. It's just I be, you know what I'm saying?
I'm about to say, I'm about to subscribe to you.
I should know. Everybody be telling me I should, man. But the reality is, it's just more so for my people, man, because I be reading a lot, man. I'm telling you, man. Like when you start really,
man, you got to come over here with us, then. If you don't got no show,
I got you, bro.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Hood don't mind me doing this right now, extending this. We need you to tap in with us.
Hey, I'm down for that, bro, man. I mean,
you too, Thompson's Kennel.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I appreciate it,
I subscribe to y'all.
Yeah, man.
So what do we do from here?
So
black community got to restore trust amongst each other, man. As a start,
we gotta love each other, man.
We don't got no trust.
We gotta love each other.
We don't trust. We
don't
trust each
we're
other
too
to
busy
unite.
flexing on each other.
We don't trust each other to unite. Like we
man.
got all these black gangs, right? Bloods, Crips, GD, Vice Lords, all these type of gangs, right? That's your military. That's your police enforcement. As far as regulating the communities, right? It could be if they got their heads together and not killing each other, and knocking each other off. That could be that's your military right there. So how
that's
many
just too big of a threat to them. It's a threat. Imagine if the largest consumers, which is black people, we consume everybody else's shit. Imagine if all black people decided we're going to invest in ourselves. Do you know how much of a change that would make financially to the country? Looking at how many other people make money off of us?
Right.
That would be dramatic.
We work outside our communities, but we spend our money outside our community because we don't have any resources. We don't have the essential things, hospitals, schools, banks, and a grocery store to spend it back and keep it in our community. Since we don't have those 4 essential things that's needed to start back up a Wall Street, a Black Wall Street, and to be black owned.
We don't have the first Black Wall Street. They bombed it. They blew it the fuck up.
I'm saying, okay,
they destroyed a whole city of people.
I'm trying to land with my point. What I'm trying to land with my point is that How many niggas are ready to die to be liberated? And that takes a
Now
collective
that's the real
effort.
question.
You gotta fight. You gotta fight for this shit, man. They
Fear
ain't
is
gonna
still,
give it to you.
is
They ain't
still
gonna give
in the
it to
black
you.
community.
They're not gonna give it to you through voting. They're not gonna give it to you through marching. Blood gotta be spilled. How you
It's
think they obtain this land?
We got to
Still,
stop
you
being
gotta be ready to
fearful.
die and fight for it.
Yeah, but you know what though, bro?
Niggas get
Not too
scared.
many of us.
Hey,
Not
niggas
too
get
many of
scared when
us
you
willing to
talk like
sacrifice
that.
that though. Not too many of us willing to
Yeah,
sacrifice
because
like
at the
that.
end
I
of the
know
day,
that may
everybody ain't
be
gonna lay their
too
life on the
radical. That
line.
may be too extreme. But that's the only way we're gonna get our respect.
I'm gonna be
You
real.
gotta be ready to die for this shit. Spill some blood.
I'm gonna be real. If they not even ready to provide small shit like swishers and bubble gum and shit to their own community and let other races come through and monopolize on all of that, little shit though. Yeah, you're right. I don't think they're ready to talk about the next level because we haven't even proved that we can buy hair products from our own community, right? Just a small shit.
Well, ownership is a different level of responsibility. Ain't no disrespect to the everyday working man who just got a schedule and whatever, right? Like the way black people were taught, it's more important to make money than to have control. So if you can make yourself 80,000, but you could go work for a white man for $1.25, go get the 125,000, right? But amongst
Chasing his
that
bag.
80, but amongst that 80,000, you could turn that into $1 million business. The 125,000, you'll never get more than that. Not to say you won't ever get raises, but you guys know what I'm saying. You guys know how it goes. When you own a business, you can incorporate other brothers. Perfect fucking example. What we're doing right now. Look at this show. Look at this show right now. Look at what you guys add to it when you come on here and cook up and you give your information and your angles. It's a much stronger presentation, right? And I'm not saying Dr. Hood need any of us. I've known that nigga for years. Bright nigga. With whatever he set his mind to, he get it done. But he also understands there's a power in numbers, right? I'm about to say some corny shit that we all know. Open hand, closed fist, right? If the hand is open, it could do a bunch of things, but when you close that hand, it's just much more powerful when it's unified. You know what I'm saying? And that be the thing. We want the bag, right? Like somebody said earlier, we want the bag, but we don't really want the control, because with control comes responsibility.
Right.
Exactly.
And
we are being managed in this country pretty much. I mean, especially black folks. You might as well say, you know what I'm saying, the white folks is pretty much managing all of us. We are all enslaved until we was to wake up and fucking be like, you know what? I want to be liberated. You know what? I'm not finna pay y'all this motherfucking mortgage today. I'm not finna pay you for this fucking car note. I'm keeping this shit. What the fuck you gonna do about it? That's the type of fight. If that was like 50% of black Americans saying that shit, because all this asking and marching for reparations, you keep doing that shit till you blue in the face. It's about taking this shit. Okay, you won't give it to us. We try to go the political route. We try to do it peaceful. Now we got the, you know what I'm saying? Now we got the, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be what it's gonna be. We gonna have to get into this shit. You gotta be ready to die for it, to take the respect and take this land and go back
we're
to
gonna have to do
segregation.
first. You know we're gonna have to do first, because I'm fucking with you on that. The first thing we gotta do, all these niggas leading our children astray, right? We screaming these niggas names who they locked up for killing black men, but we talking about free this nigga. We gotta get rid of them, bro. They got to go, because all they gonna do is fuck up what we trying to do, King.
Right, you got too many coons though. You got too many coons in the motherfucking race too. That you know what I'm saying, motherfucker. We can sit up here developing a plan or whatever. Like Pac said, plan, plot, strategize. Then you know what come after that. But it always be some motherfucker that's gonna leak it out. Or being a motherfucking, you know, like Samuel L. Jackson in the Django. telling what the fuck we trying to do.
Hey,
And
I'm
we gotta
gonna
be
say
honest.
something
We
real
gotta be
fast.
honest and not fight about the
I'm
bag. Look at
I'm
y'all
gonna
were
say
talking
something.
about Bob Johnson and BT. It's always a Negro that's gonna accept that bag. That's how it
Yep.
always falls apart.
Yep.
It's always one Negro that's gonna say, "I'm gonna take that bag," and then everything falls apart.
Bob Johnson.
That's
Man,
how it always plays
Man,
out.
the Mexicans is getting it the grind way, man. I really admire the way they move, bro. Straight up.
Oh
It
yeah,
is
Hey,
what it
like, man,
is.
come on,
they
man.
took it out
No,
the
you
Asian
know
Look at
what
people.
it
his
is. You know what it
exactly.
is,
Look at
bro.
Telemundo. Telemundo. That shit been corny. But I tell you what, they gonna maintain that bitch.
Hey, I'm say one quick thing because my phone gonna die, and if it dies, I just want to leave this one point. The thing is this, right? We have to recognize that we do have enemies. Out of all this stuff that we talking about, we have to recognize that as a community. Stop trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you guys saying, I'm just saying like as a community, we have to realize that we have real true enemies. And I'm gonna tell you this because I as I've ventured across the world, I've seen this firsthand. So for example, right, black people, black women, they want to start up hair salons, or like, I mean, not hair salons, but like beauty supply stores, right? But within the Asian community, like the Koreans, they run this, right? So since a lot of the hair and stuff come from the Asian world, they would shut down the black people getting the discounts and the things that they get from their countries, and they will make it so that we have to pay more for the very same things. So when people go to the store and say, "Why are you charging so much?" It's because those people got it at a discount. We don't get it at a discount. But we have to make up our mind consciously that we got to go outside and stop shopping with these people, regardless of how much they're going to try to press us. Because once they shut down, they're going to have to do business with us. But the reality is, we don't have the discipline right now to be able to say, you know what, I'm not going to accept, you know what I'm saying, you treating my people a certain way, but you treating your people a certain way. And I'm saying the same thing is when those people going over to Korea, I mean, going over to Africa, stealing all their minerals, we have to make up in our minds that we're not going to allow these people to give us pennies on the dollar just to take it to your country and sell it to somebody else for millions on the dollar, because that's what they do. And that's the thing is, they figured it out, but we haven't figured it out that we are our own worst enemy. Because you look at Africa, right? They have like the most minerals, the most natural resources around the world, but yet they still one of the places that has the most poverty and everything going on. The reason why it is because they got sellout leaders and they don't use their resources for power.
exactly,
You know what I'm saying? And
exactly.
that's the thing that I
Africa
keep trying
been
to
getting
tell
raped.
people. Yeah, and that's why I keep trying to tell people, like, we got to pay attention to this type of stuff, like, and we just can't talk about it. Like I said before about the NFL, I haven't watched it since that whole thing went down, because I said to myself that how can I say that I'm appalled by what happened, but then I go back to the very same people that never apologize, like they trying to push Kanye to do. You know what I'm saying? I know people may have problems against this guy, but the reality is, why are you getting pressed, but they not getting pressed? And we come down on this guy, and like I said, he's not a prophet enough to me. He's just a guy with money. But
Who you talking
but
about,
truth is
Kaepernick?
truth.
Mickey,
No,
come
no.
on up. Come on up, Mickey.
Kaepernick, um, Nick Cannon, anybody. The reason why a lot of these guys fold, because ultimately in the end, we don't come to their defense. Just imagine, for example, we put all our differences aside, all the things that they said may be wrong, and we said to ourselves, y'all doing us wrong. We gonna stand for him, regardless if he a coon, regardless if he did this, that, whatever. What he's saying is true. Just imagine what would happen if the Jay-Z's of the world, you know what I'm saying, the Oprahs of the world, all these people
Right.
came out and started speaking on the very same things he's talking about.
They ain't
Things
gonna
would
do that
change.
because
Hey,
them brothers
look,
write
and I'm glad
paychecks.
I'm glad you said that, because this is what I've been telling these niggas, boss man. I've been saying you'll never get me to side with the slave master over the slave. You already told me something's going on with him. He's not psychologically.
Yeah, he borged out of there.
What happened?
He must have his connection must have messed up.
No, but I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
saying what the brother was saying. I know he's about to go in on the same thing I'm saying. That's the thing, man. The reality is that we have to stop being manipulated by these people to go against our own people. Either it's true or it's a lie. If it's true, we need to have those conversations behind the closed doors. But when it's something that's true, we need to stand up for it. And all these people out here who's willing to challenge the system, we need to stand by them. But the reality is, when those people stand up against the system, if they did anything wrong in their life, we're the first people that step out and say, that's what he get. Kind of like I see a lot of people out here talking about Kanye West. Yeah, he said some bogus stuff about black people, but guess what? The reality is they didn't come down on Kanye West for that. They came down on Kanye West because of what he said about them, which goes to show that they don't care about us. They don't care unless it affects their community. And if we realize that in our mind and say, you know what, it's all good when they dissing us, but it's not all good when you dissing. You know what I'm saying? But if they say, my bad, if we come to a realization that it's all good when they dissing us, but it's not all good when they dissing you, we need to ask ourselves that question. If it's okay for them to diss us, but it's not okay for you to diss them, who do you really serve? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's the whole point.
Well, if I had to go there, I don't want to interrupt you, but if I had to go there, I'm gonna side with the group that doesn't diss each other. I would just have to side with it. You see what I'm saying? Okay, you're dissing it, you're dissing that. So who do you give the tide to? Okay, well, that group of people, they diss each other every day on songs, everything. Like, that's their whole
Right, because
thing.
because you we're poisoned, like you've poisoned us. This goes way back to those times. Like, they're the laws that they had, like, these were actual laws. We ain't even dealing with just the treatment. It was like law, like no jaywalking, no this, no that, right? And they knew we've been slaves longer than we've been free. We're really coming up out some wild, crazy shit. And the layers are insane, right? No matter who you are, if you doing this shit, you learning something new about yourself every day. We the only people in that situation to where what we thought yesterday, we might learn something completely different today. We're the only ones doing that. When we have family reunions, we're really going there to go all the way back to our roots and learn a bunch of shit we didn't know. When these other ethnicities go to their family reunions, man, they been on these stories. They all got the same information. They really
So
know who they are.
it's a lot of disconnect. It's a lot of disconnect between,
It
well, me
it's a
personally, in my
huge
opinion,
disconnect.
between youth and elders. It's a disconnect with us. You know,
And
our
and
youngest, like somebody mentioned earlier, they gonna go the youngest. They gonna go for the bag. They gonna go. They gonna do anything for that bag. If we don't have any other alternatives
because we
to
don't
be
have
like,
it.
okay, stop, right? It's to because we don't manufacture or produce any goddamn thing. For one, we don't produce or manufacture any damn thing. But out of all these brothers who are millionaires, what I'm saying, your celebrities, only person I've seen actually trying to, that I know of, me personally, trying to build a essential thing is Dr. Umar with the school. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people clowned
But he
him
don't
and
got
got
no
down
he
on
don't
him
got
like,
no
where,
bread.
right, we don't got the bread, but he was reaching out to the community like, I need the
Yeah.
donations
Oh,
from y'all to get a
see,
location and the building and all that. But we don't trust him enough to be like, okay, nigga, it's been like X amount of years. Where is school at? You know what I'm saying? We don't have any trust
look though,
amongst each other
what
when
happened?
somebody try to step up to do something like that. We don't
What
trust each
happened
other
with
enough.
Dr. Umar is the typical thing we do with black men. He literally got vilified because he got some pussy, bro.
Right.
Literally.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
literally what happen. And another thing to finish my point, black men or black people, but I'm gonna focus on black men. We're the only ones where when we're not in our right state of mind, we still get held accountable for not having the right actions, right? So I'll say Dark Kent, he going through something. He's mentally unstable, but everything within that instability, I'ma hold him accountable. Other ethnicities, they get treatment. It gets pointed out they schizophrenic, they're this, they that, whatever. It's I've just never seen anything like this. But what I remember, George Carlin, he had said something to the degree of, when you vilify somebody enough, you'll hold them accountable for their own insanity. Like, where you know this dude ain't right. Now, me, I don't look at the whole, I think everything's right with how he's thinking, but let's just say he's not right. Let's just say he is bipolar. Whatever he does within them bipolar moments, we're gonna count it just as if he's not bipolar. You're a black man. You should be able to overcome being bipolar, right? The conditions, this is the way they really look at us. At one point, you didn't even have shelter. How are you bipolar and you rich? We're the only people, if we're doing financially well, that means we shouldn't have any problems. This is how we look at black men. Black men are literally reduced to material shit because we've always been material. At one point, we was actual property. And we all know that whatever entity we work for that provides our lion's share of money, nigga, we slaves to them. If you a longshoreman,
right.
Local 19 owns you. Right? Like straight up, like, okay, I'm a food guy, food activist, this and that, and I got my freedom. But for the most part, I'm controlled by whatever entity of interest that I deal with. Like, for instance, I feed families, I feed children struggling at home. Sometimes I wonder, do I really want this problem to stop? Right? Because if it were to stop, what would I do? Now, I know countless things that I would do. I'm a caterer. I do other shit to work, but I apply that to being a cop. I apply that to being a drug counselor. I apply that to being a motherfucking therapist or whatever. When you doing this shit, is the job to be the medicine or the cure, right? Because we all know the money's in the medicine, not the cure.
Right.
So these people who are here to help us, do they really want you brothers to not need them anymore? Or do they just want to be in a position to where you do need them more? Shit crazy, man.
You know what, bro? It's funny you say that because I always tell people, if you want to see a perfect example of that, look at what Malcolm X was doing and look at what Marcus Garvey was doing, because they had a whole movement to take all black people back to Africa, and they sabotaged them and destroyed them and left them destitute. Because the reality is, these people would not be who they are without slaves. Even if it's mental slavery or physical slavery, they need slaves to play a role. And without the people who participate in the slavery, they will be nothing. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people miss, the reality that
So what's some solutions? I mean, we know the problem. We identify the problem. So
ignore
what's
the
some
reality
solutions?
that, we can't ignore the reality that as a nation, like even right now, right? You look at the Kanye West thing. I'm only bringing this up just to make a point. I seen this one Jewish guy, right? And he was saying like, Kanye West got a point. He's one of the few people that acknowledge the reality that what he's saying is actually valid. But everybody else, they stay on code. They don't care if what he's saying is true. Long as what they're doing benefits their community, they all good. We the only group of people. I mean,
But
you look at Asian, you look at the Asian, you look at the Asian community, right? I used to date this Asian girl, right? And within their communities, I use Hmong people as an example. They treat them like absolute trash. You know what I'm saying? Like trash, because they say, oh, you're people without a nation, you nomads, whatever. We don't have no love for you. So wherever they go, they treat these people like trash. But on the outside looking in, people don't really understand their history. They all Asian us. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, you know what I'm saying? You look at what's going on with Ukraine and stuff. They all white to us, but the reality is they don't look at it the same way. You see
They
what I'm
got
saying?
some whole other shit going. Facts.
Yeah, exactly. So when we really look at it from that perspective, we have to ask ourselves that question. If these people can put aside their differences to oppress us, why can't we do the same thing?
Hey,
You know?
see, now you hear what you hear that? You hear what he just said? Other ethnicities put their differences aside to oppress us. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, it's a real thing, bro. And I said it's just sad because we the
It's
only
not
people that
sad.
don't understand that principle. We just don't understand that principle that ultimately in the end, we have to realize that it doesn't matter if you Muslim, Christian, the Hebrew, Israelite, whatever. Ultimately, in the end, when you have a common foe, you have to be able to put that aside to say, you know what? When we won't like they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So
Yep.
the reality is, it's like everybody else get that point, but we don't. And I said, I just pray one day that we recognize that. You know what I'm saying? And to the point that I was making earlier, the ones who don't recognize that, we have to be willing to cut those people off. We love them. We got
We
love
got
for you.
to.
Yeah, we have to because we'll
Got
never
to.
grow. Because no other people do that. Like even like when it comes to our women, right? You think about it, right? Like it's one of these channels, the diaspora channel. They talk about like the Vestas, right? You rarely ever hear about any other ethnicity of people talking about their men the way our women talk about their men, or even our men talking about the way we talk about our women. But the reality is, it's like we're the only ones who do that. It's like, why? And they promote that stuff. They promote it. The reason why they promote that, because that old saying is very true: divide and conquer. If you could divide a community and make them feel like the person that you should be the closest to is your enemy, you ultimately in the end is going to win the war, because while they're fighting amongst one another, they're not going to miss the person who's really your enemy. And it's kind of like back in the day when I was doing this research about like slavery. You know, think about this, right? They have like, it wasn't slavery like chattel slavery. That's why I hate when people say like, oh, you know, everybody been enslaved. Like nobody ever been enslaved like black people, because they literally didn't consider us human beings. We was 3/4 of people as far as they consider. But
We
with that
still
being
are.
said, yeah, and they still consider that. Even
We
right
still
now,
are.
you think about it, like we have to vote every 25 years to just get voter laws in this country. But yet in DC right now, they're letting illegal immigrants vote in this country. Look it up, bro. This is not something I'm making up. People who shouldn't even be in this country can vote. But yet we have to vote every 25 years so that we can have the right to vote in this country. So
Right.
the
That made
reason,
me wonder when they was bringing all those Mexicans in and shit from Texas.
yeah, and look how they took over California. They took over California,
Exactly.
and in LA, you get a red light on you just because you black. But yet we voting to bring these very people in who hate us. You know what I'm saying? We have to realize this stuff. This is what's happening in Black America. So the whole reason I bring that up is when you really look at everything as a whole, right? We have to realize we've been played. And I say it's this quote that says it's very easy to convince a man that of a lie, but I mean it's very easy to lie to somebody to convince them that they've been lied to, because it's a pride thing. Most people don't want to accept the fact that they've been lied to, because you have to concede to yourself that I was a sucker. And most people don't want to accept the fact that I was a sucker, because that pride gets in the way to say, you know what? I can't be tricked. I know everything. But the reality is, most of us has been suckers. You know what I'm saying? We've been lied to. And when we start reading and really looking at what these people have been doing for years, we start realizing that, you know what? it's deeper than what we put it off to be. You know what I'm saying?
It's deeper than rap.
Yeah,
Right.
it's way deeper than rap. It's way deeper
That's when
than
I
even.
woke up though, and I didn't see another person that looked just like me as my enemy. You know, I was like, wait a minute, all these loopholes, and I'm arguing, and I can't get along with my own brother. It doesn't make sense at that level. So yeah, education is
Exactly.
huge when it
Exactly.
comes to this. You know, these youngsters, they don't get that. They hearing the stick and the 30 dick, and I mean that's pretty much. And as much as they do that, you could get an education if you add up the time that it takes to listen to that stuff over and over and pretty much do nothing. Like I was a youngster at one point in time. I wasted plenty of years. I could have had 3 or 4 trades under my belt. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the time we just spent smoking weed and playing video games in the hood, trapping. You know what I'm saying? So, the education is huge. Ray Midnight in the building. Ray Midnight. What's going on, Ray?
What be the deal? Shout out to the panel Def Chef, Dr. H19 Hood, Dark Kent, my brother Al Truth. I think that's his name, Truth. And I can't see the names, whoever else is in the room. Thompson's Kendall. What up, Al? The Truth.
Tacos?
Look, can I say, I just want to piggyback off. I didn't catch all the conversation, but I know what the topic is about.
You got the floor, my brother.
And okay, and shout out to Al the Truth. I'm gonna piggyback off what he said, because what he said is really, really, to be honest, you guys, is really what it's about. We're lost people. We're the only lost people. We're the only. We say culture a lot. We have the strongest culture in the world that everyone mimics and duplicates. And goes off the template of our culture and our movements, our talk, our walk, and everything. So we are the beginning and the end, our people. And we see what's happening with Kanye and Kyrie. And they are part of what our own culture and what our religion teaches us, our culture teaches us. We weren't vengeful people. We weren't violent amongst each other. We handled things in a tribal council way long before slavery, long before all this. How we are as a people is written on the walls on Egypt. That's us. That's what we should be going by. The divine. That's what's going on in us. And we become lost into what's been programmed into this mental slavery that we haven't come off of physically, to where we're light skinned, dark skinned. So we still have some division about color. We still have division. Like he said, everybody wants to be on top because we've been duped. No one wants to unlearn, to relearn, because we don't want to feel like we've been duped and we've been suckered. We've been suckered into believing we've been looking at this one European book as a religion when it wasn't built for us to be looked at. That wasn't for us. We look back at the civil rights era and all these black and white pictures with these white hooded people under this plus sign, okay, that we've been looking at this dude with this long brown hair and white face. But every other religion has their own culture, Buddhism, Islamic, everything else except for black people. We don't even know our own language. But here we are, everybody's mimicking us about what we do, rap, country, R&B, funk, everything has been taken from us, and we just letting it happen every single time to us. And we wonder why this keep happening. We're now in a culture where these youngins are being raised off Grand Theft Auto and gangster music, and they don't even give a fuck about the consciousness that's being put out there, because it's not no shaking your ass behind it. And it ain't talking, it ain't no bag. We're fumbling the bag. We live in a time where single women are raising our young men without fathers in the home, and they're demasculating them, or they ain't teaching them to be men. So here we are in this situation, this cycle that's keep on going on, because once you speak about your real truth, they're either going to try to cancel you, or say you're a conspiracy theorist, which the term came from the FBI back in the COINTELPRO days. That term was built by the FBI, that black folks say about our own self when you attempt to teach the truth about your real history. Once we learned about our real culture before slavery, what we wasn't taught in college and schools, then we will begin to appreciate ourselves. We will know that our melanin is what beyond every. We will know the sun is everything to us. We will know we shouldn't be kneeling down on our knees with our eyes closed. Ain't that how Dylan Roof, that white dude, killed those folks in the church because we had our eyes closed, kneeling down, looking down. We're supposed to be looking up with our hands out. So we don't even know we're not even willing to learn the truth about ourselves because we've been too sucked in to believe that we're Christian folks and that's it. And the moment that we say that we're nothing else, we want to get canceled. We're only supposed to say one letter, but they could say nigga, bitch, everything about us, or utilize our own words that we use in terms of endearment for our own. We don't even strike down on the ones that says the word nigga that don't belong to nobody else. But you cannot say certain things in the Islamic community or they will come for your head and your neck. Okay, so we are lost. And until we get out of this, oh, can't nobody tell me nothing, and we're not reading and learning the history, Kyrie put it out there. He put it out there. Even though Hebrewism is part of it's not all of our history, but we're a part of that. And they don't want us to know that. So they want to condemn him and Kanye, no matter what mental thing he's going on. Did you get the message? Did you get the message? Okay? Don't worry about him, because what Kanye and Kyrie been speaking on is what these so-called conspiracy theorists that's for our people and willing to put our mind to where we are really. It ain't about no geo, it's about Osmet. You got to go look up the Austerian story. That's about us. That's been manipulated, plagiarized to keep us controlled to where you don't know that you are everything, to you don't know that you're a God in your own self. If we don't believe we're a God in our own self, then we will continue to be violent against each other, because God ain't violent amongst his own self. He helps and heals. And that's what we are. When you look at our real history, we aren't a vengeful people. Black folks aren't vengeful. But when you read the Bible as a story, that's a violent book. Okay, so if we're not learning about ourselves, and we're saying, oh, Kyrie's a conspiracy theorist. I bet you if you go and look at that movie, you will be enlightened. That's just one documentary. There's plenty of them. All those hidden colors was our truth.
Hey, you know what, brother? You know, one thing you said real fast. I don't mean to cut you out. I just want to say one thing real fast. That's the thing that I say that black people have a problem with. We don't give credit to our own selves, because you look at it, right? Like you said about that movie, right? Think about this, right? We quick to say we Egyptians, right? But if the Hebrews look like Egyptians, right? In the very same book that people worship in white Jesus, how is it that the Hebrews look like the Egyptians? They can be told apart, but yet these people are white. People got to think about stuff like that, but nobody ever questions any of that. You know what I'm saying? They just want to look at Caesar Borgias, you know what I'm saying, a white dude, and say, oh, it must be a white guy. But the reality is, it's like, when you start, and even if you look up the word Semitic, right? Let's look it up, guys. When you look up the word Semitic, it said Afro-Asiatic. And then you look at those people right now. I forgot the Christian guy who went over there and tried to give Bibles to these people over there by India, that black crap, and they shot him down with arrows by India. I can't think of their name right now, but just look it up. A Christian guy who got shot down with arrows. They was black. You know what I'm saying? But they had been over in India for thousands of years, but yet they Asian. I mean, but they black. They Asian, but they black. Or even the Negritos. You think about the Negritos, right? You look at somebody like the Filipino people, right? A lot of people don't know that they are descendants from the Negritos. But then when the Japanese people came over there, and then the Spaniards came over there, that's why a lot of Filipinos have Spaniard names. But the original people was black. But everybody wants to ignore this reality that we was the original people. We was the ones that was over there with the Moors etc. Yeah, that just goes to show we had our differences, but we was all the same people. And what divided us was the reality that we as a people decided that those differences would divide us, our cultural differences. And those other people said the only way we're going to defeat these people is if we unite. Because back in the day in America, remember they was bringing all them white people in the Americas. They used to treat the Irish like crap. They used to treat the Italians like crap. They wasn't considered white until like later on in the 1900s. But because they knew, now think about this. This goes back to the Planned Parenthood thing with Margaret Sanger. They knew that our numbers was outweighing their numbers. Because remember, back in our day, every black person noticed this is real stuff. Grandma and great grandma will have 13, 14 kids. So they put something into play when they went to the black churches and was paying money to them black preachers to say, you know what? How about you preach this message to them? You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, abortion became a big thing in the black community. And I always tell black people, regardless of how people feel about abortion or whatever, we have to ask ourselves this question. We don't have weapon manufacturers. We don't have people developing nuclear wars because we not like that. We're not built like that. We are peaceful people amongst ourselves. But the thing is, they know with numbers, we can offset certain things. So they put something in place to make sure that we're going to kill ourselves out. And it's been working like a gym. And anytime you bring this up to anybody, they say, what about a woman's right? It's like, yeah, I get that. But at the same time, can you deny the fact that since this whole thing happened, literally half of our population been killed? Because they say it's only like 14 to 20 million black people in America. Now think about that. They say that we're the highest rated people with abortion, right? Which means that they say it's 20 million black people. They say 60 million black people 60 million babies that's been aborted since the Roe versus Wade thing. 20 million plus black people have been a part of that cloth. And it sounds crazy when you think about it, but when you really think about the numbers, ask yourself this question. If 20 million black people was aborted in the 70s leading up to today, imagine those 20 million black people that would have produced babies and did other things. That means right now in this country, we would be the majority. But yet,
imagine how many mayors and governors and engineers, electricians, scholars that was in that 20 million that was in them numbers. But of course, we gonna paint a picture, because one thing for sure, when we hear them stories, right, we don't consider none of this other shit. Like when we talk about this Roe versus Wade thing, I remember they had a little day on Facebook where they had a bunch of women tell their little abortion story. And it was so selfish. I'm listening to this shit and I'm just like, so basically it doesn't matter what the possibility was. You felt a certain way. And the most important thing is that you were a whole person dealing with real life. And this person inside of you, you have a choice over them and you exercised it. And it got so teary-eyed all over Facebook. And I say, yep, all you got to do is hit niggas with some emotional shit. And there we go. And then, oh, it's okay. And I'm all like, man, that abortion was 23 years ago.
Yeah, bro, check this out. I don't know if you, I mean, we was on Boxing Channel with 78, right? So I don't know if you guys ever heard of Steve Cunningham. Have y'all heard of Steve Cunningham, right?
Yeah, I heard of it.
So this is one thing that really stood out to me. He said this. I never knew this about his life because he's my friend on Facebook, right? So he talked about how his grandmother, right? Think about it. His grandmother got raped, right? And his grandmother got raped, and instead of her getting rid of the baby, she kept it. And her kid was his dad. And now look at it. His dad produced him. And now he got generational wealth. He's around the world, you know what I'm saying, creating boxing gyms, doing all this stuff. But if she decided to kill that baby, all that wealth and all them riches that came to him would have never came to that family. And I'm not trying to say that rape is a good thing. And I understand that. But what I'm saying is like it's been a narrative push that somehow the babies is the problem that's produced. But when in reality, we have to weigh the situation.
Hey, you know, and ain't it genius? Look, give me the whole thing. The moment a little motherfucker come into existence, he's in danger. We got something for you at conception. When you get older, we got pills and shit, ADD, whatever. Yeah, nigga, we got miseducation for you. Yeah, bro, we got this big homie for you. He gonna give you this dope sack. Hey, bro, look, get this gun. We don't like them over there, man. Go shoot one of them. What's fucking crazy, from the moment we get here, I'm talking about our mom is pregnant. It's on with us, bro. It's a fight for survival. And you know what? A lot of times we don't control our own survival.
100%, brother. That's the thing. And that's the thing to your point. That's what it is. Is whether they giving us pills. Because even think about when we was kids, right? Because a lot of us, we probably older guys, so we understand this. Remember when we was kids, right? It was no such thing as ADHD. You know what I'm saying? It was just the hyper kid in class. And people had to like figure out how to deal with that kid. Now all of a sudden they want to drug us up. They want to give us all these things that make us docile. Yeah, think about that, bro.
Are you kidding me, man? Are you?
Exactly. A lot of the problem, to me, in my opinion, is
You
just
said Tuesday. Are you kidding?
Yeah, man. I mean, it gets deep. The thing is, I always try to tell my brothers, I say this, man. I say, look, we have to stop somebody.
Yeah, when
I said this to my sister. I said, when you looking at the black community now, you know what the problem is? The problem is this. We have a lot of black males because black women, they don't want to talk about this. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to put this on black women because as men, we supposed to be head of the household. But the reality is this. When the government came in there and they did what they did and we stepped outside, what happened is we have a lot of black women that's raising black men. And what happens is we both notice, I mean, all of us know this as men, right? Women are more emotional. We can lie about this all we want, but we know that. Men are more logical the way we approach things. But what's happened is in the black community is we have a lot of men that's growing up with the testosterone of a man, but the emotions of a woman. So what happens is you put those two things together, it's dangerous because he's not reacting logically anymore. He's reacting emotionally, but he has the testosterone of a man. So when somebody step on his shoes, or I'm telling you, bro, he step on his shoes, he do anything. He's willing to kill somebody because he's going off his emotion more so than his logic. I'm just saying, bro.
Where you going with it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We have to think about that, man, and that's why we have all these dudes out here that want to wear tight jeans, do all this stuff, and be fashionable, just like women. But
wear
yet,
the drip around their neck, look like motherfucking chokers.
Yeah, bro. It's
some tight ass chains. Those some tight ass chains they be wearing.
Yeah, man purses, all that stuff. That's because they raised by women. They don't have the discipline of a man. And I'll give a perfect example. You look at 78 Sports TV, right? You check that brother out. As much as stuff as he went through, and I can relate to him, we both Geminis, but we both also had men in our family. My dad, he did a lot of stuff that I don't appreciate. But the thing is, he was there. So I had an example of a man, and I can tell somebody firsthand in my neighborhood, because I grew up in the Inglewood of Chicago, right? A lot of the dudes that I grew up with that ended up in bad situations, they didn't have fathers. I grew up in the same neighborhood as them. But my dad was somebody who was pinnacle in my life. And the thing is, I had a fear for my father. I knew if something went wrong and my mom told my dad, it was my ass. You know what I'm saying? And I respected that. Regardless of all the stuff he was doing, I respected that. And I remember, and that's the one thing I told my dad before he died. I told him this. I said, you know what? If you would have just been a different dude, a lot of these dudes in the neighborhood would probably be different because I remember when we was kids, They used to always come over my house and try to talk to my dad because they didn't have a dad. And if my dad would have took the position that he should have took, some of them dudes' lives would have changed. But the reality is my dad was going through his whole thing, and I don't blame him. But I'm just saying, a lot of these young men out here, they looking for fathers. They looking for a man to emulate, but they don't have no man to emulate other than the dudes that they see in the streets doing the wrong things that they doing. And unfortunately, it inspired out of control to a point that a lot of these dudes don't even respect these older dudes because they have animosity against them because they say, where was you at when I needed you? You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. A
And I
lot of
was
these,
saying,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, bro. No, go ahead. Go ahead and finish your point.
Yeah, so the thing is, we have to really embrace that not only as men, but as women, and not be attacking one another, saying, where's your fault? Where's your fault? Where's your fault? We have to really step back outside of the bigger picture and say, you know what? It was both of our faults. It was my fault for not being strong enough to hold it down, but it was your fault for not being strong enough to hold it down. And since we both understand this, we have to come back together and say, I'm not going to blame you. I don't want you to blame me. But at the same time, we have to see this picture for what it is and decide in ourselves that now is the time to correct that situation. And if we don't, like I said, you go back to the Malcolm X thing, when he's talking about the same situations that was going on back then that's going on today, we're going to keep repeating the cycle. And if we keep repeating the cycle, nothing's going to change. That's my point, bro.
Real shit there, boy. That's
yes, sir.
Yeah,
who
no,
would
that's
ever
that good.
imagine that the removing of a man from the family would just do so much damage? Goddamn, boy.
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? So what's the solution? Gotta get right with our sisters. Despite whatever bitterness you may have, all the baby mama, baby daddy drama, I had to come to that realization when I had my
Yeah.
first son. You know what I'm saying? I was tired of all the back and forth and bullshit. I'm like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? We're painting we poisoning our son's mind, like thinking this is supposed to be cool or this is the norm. Okay, we're not going to be together. So how do we move forward to co-parent so we could, you know what I'm saying, set a better example for my son, our son. I don't want him to grow up to be a fucking statistics to be embraced by the streets. But shit, my mom and daddy always fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm just finna go out here, be wild, or join a gang or some sort. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gonna show me love. I can't get it from my parents. They too busy fighting each other. Or, you know, one is in jail or dead, and you know, mama working so much, or she's strung out. You know what I'm saying? So, as I mentioned earlier, you know, personally, I feel it's a disconnect with the youth and the older elders. You know, older people. How do we bring that back to full surface? And sisters too. How do we bring that back full surface where we could coexist? You know what I'm saying? Okay, we don't have to be together if it's relationship wise. We don't have to be together, but how do we coexist to move forward to raise productive children?
I think we got to go back to pro family.
Yeah.
Like when did having a family become not cool?
Right. Or you have
when did having a wife and kids and shit make you a lame and wanting to come home to them? When did that become making you a lame? That's the shit we got to get back to, man. That shit is crazy to me.
I'm gonna bring the elephant in the room too. When does this emphasis that we put on snitching?
You know what, bro? One quick thing with the snitching, I'm gonna say something about that, and I'm gonna say something about what the other brother said. If you look up the feminist movement, right? They was both working for the CIA. Look it up. Like I said, don't take anything I'm saying as fact. Look it up. The black woman and the white woman that was sponsoring the feminist movement was both working for the CIA.
But here's the difference, though. You're right. They both were, but the narrative they both was. But see, when the white women ran their feminist movement for their rights, guess what? They still had their husbands. When when black women had their feminist movement, it was to get the black man out the home. Okay.
Exactly.
So that was the real CIA plan, to get the black men out the home, and opened up these government resources, which we now call food stamps and housing.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you can't have a man in the house if you haven't housing. You can if you have food stamps, but housing, right? You can't have a man in there, right? So yeah.
Exactly.
That's fucked up.
And the thing is too, what the brother was saying, the thing is, we have to acknowledge that, like I said, it's the ego thing. We have to acknowledge the reality that we've been played. If we can't at least take a step outside of ourselves and say we've been played, we can never accept the reality that we have to move forward from being played.
Facts.
Yeah, we have to really look at that, because the thing is, like I said, it's very hard to accept the reality that as smart as we are as a people, as innovative we are as a people, we have to realize that there's other people outside of ourselves that's playing off of our pride. They don't want us to see that our pride has led to our own demise. And then once we realize within ourselves that, you know what, I've been duped, and I'm willing to accept that. And like I said, I know a lot of these brothers on this panel, I know y'all can relate to me when I say anytime you want to offer correction, it's a deflection method that's put into place to say, well, what about you? What about you? It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Maybe I'm wrong. But what about you? Don't take away the reality of what I'm saying to you just because I may have been wrong. What I'm telling you is true, or what I'm telling you is a lie. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. So what the brother said about how do we get beyond this, the way that we get beyond that is first acknowledging the reality that we have a problem. If we can't acknowledge the reality that we have a problem, we will never get over it. And the thing is, it starts at the root of things, the CIA movements and all these different things that's been going on within our community that we need to tackle at its root. Because if we can't tackle it at its root, we will never be able to move past the things that started at the bottom. We're going to continue to keep arguing amongst ourselves about who was the person who initiated the things that led to our demise, which is what's going on right now. And the thing is, as long as we keep pushing that narrative, we'll never acknowledge that all the bad things that's going on in our communities, because whether we blame the black man, whether we blame the white man, whether we blame the woman, whatever, what is the root problem that has led us to this position? And I think us as a community, the way that we get over this, what the brother was asking is, we have to get over it with truth. That's ultimately what it is. Like I said before, either it's a truth or it's a lie. We have to put our emotions to the side and say to ourselves, what is the Kemet movement? What is the Hebrew movement? What is religion? What is man versus woman? We have to always ask ourselves, is what this person telling me a truth or it's a lie? Because even when it comes to the Hebrew thing, right? When you look up Semitic, right? You see right there, like I said before, it's Afro-Asiatic. Whether you look up Kemet, the thing is, it's a lot of truth to a lot of these things. You know what I'm saying? Whether you look at Islam, whatever. We have to decide in ourselves, like, are we going to take these things that people telling us and research these things out and come to a conclusion that we have to take from these things and map out the reality of our existence? Or we're going to just argue with one another about, well, I'm more right than you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that we end up getting into, that I'm smarter than you. I'm more right than you. And the people on the outside, like when the guy had put up, the host had put up about the guy saying about the fried chicken or whatever. It's like, yeah, we can get mad all we want, but is he right or is he wrong? You know what I'm saying? Forget emotions.
Right.
You know,
He was right.
He was
He
right.
was right. He was
He
dead
was
on.
he
Well,
was
no,
dead on.
I'm just putting some fuel on the fire. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Exactly.
gaslighting.
The truth is the truth.
If I can make you think about it, hey, that's what I'm gonna do.
The truth
Put
is
that
the
bait out
truth.
there.
What do they say about the truth? What shall it do? What does the
Set
truth
you free.
do? It sets you free. But the truth also hurts to those that don't want you to know about the truth. The truth will set us free. And when we are free as a people, nothing bothers us. Nothing bothers us. When you know yourself, is what they always say, nothing could fear you. You're already divine. You're already ready to die once you know about yourself, because you know how the world goes. You know about yourself. You know how powerful you are. You know how powerful your melanin is. Why do you think white folks adopt black folks? Okay. Why do you think that is? Okay. We are a powerful people. With our bloodline is different than any other culture. We have this power that we don't even know how to tap into because we're not disciplined like we used to be. We were a disciplined people, okay? But we were too nice. We were too generous. And that's our problem. We're too apologetic. We don't hold those responsible, whether it's in our own community or not. That's against us. Other cultures do. They have a code. They have a code that we don't follow within our own self. We don't stay on code within our own self. We don't even know. We done diluted what the word snitching is. And now we're scared. We're scared to do it. If you're harming our community and you out here killing your own and you ain't speaking up, you're part of the problem too. Because you still letting that dude run around here. You're still letting him run around here. A snitch is somebody when I go to jail and you go to jail and I come out and I tell on you. That's a snitch. I go down, you go down. We go down together. But if you coming out blast, you're a snitch. Okay? That's what a snitch is. But if a murderer is murdering our community, or if this dude is in our community selling dope that's harming our community, that's being a nuisance, and you're not saying nothing, you're just as bad as he is. You're just as bad. Oh,
well, if you're in the game also.
Exactly.
Like let's say I'm selling dope too, but I'm gonna call the cops on this guy because he's selling dope. That's snitching.
That's a snitch.
Exactly. And the thing is, I'm glad you brought that up because that was the point I was trying to make before, but I had kind of forgot about the snitch part. But I want to say this real fast to anybody who's listening. Anybody from the streets notice the reason why guys in the hood never told is because they knew that they was going to get retribution. They didn't have to tell because they knew it was street justice happening. To the brother's point, if I'm a law-abiding citizen and I see somebody getting murdered or my family get killed, and I know I'm not going to retaliate, and they say snitches get stitches, the reality is I'm a whole sucker if I don't tell on this dude. Because guess what? I'm not in the game. I don't have nothing going on. I should report him to the authorities. Because if I don't report him to the authorities, I didn't let my family down. Now, if I'm in the game and I'm the type of dude that I know that once it went down, I'm a part of that life. Either I retaliate or I don't. If I go snitch on this guy, then I'm a snitch because guess what? The thing is, I knew what I signed up for. But if you didn't sign up for that life, and you, like I had seen this one thing about somebody who was saying this about how it was somebody in the neighborhood literally killing people. And they like, well, I'm not going to tell on this person because I don't want to be a snitch. You a whole sucker. Because guess what? You're not a part of that whole lifestyle. And if he over here murdering people and doing stuff and you don't say nothing, you part of the problem. And that's the thing. We have twisted what it means to be a snitch. You're not a snitch if you somebody who's trying to protect your community. You're somebody who's actually supporting your community and you're going about it the right way because you're not a part of the criminal element. If you're a part of the criminal element, kind of like the mob, you think about the mob, right? The reason why the mob is still in operation today is not only because of white supremacy, because we know that exists. They got people in the cops, they got people in the judges, they got people in political power. We don't have that. We have people that was trying to do that, like the Larry Hoovers and all these different people out here who was actually trying to model themselves after those different groups. They got shut down because they didn't want people in the community that can actually police their community. And I know all you guys know this that's older. Back in the day, you look at a Yummy Sandifer type of guy. The reason why he got killed because he brought heat on the BDs back in the day. He was somebody who did something. He ended up killing somebody who was not involved in the game. So the people, to get the heat off their back, they killed him. That's how it used to go back in the day. If you were somebody who did something and you killed somebody who was innocent, you already knew it was consequences. Now these days, you go shoot up people's houses, you kill everybody, whatever, and they say, well, I don't want to snitch because I don't want to be a snitch. It's like, no, bro. That's not how the game goes.
Nah, play the whole story, bro.
Correct me if
Play
I'm
that whole
wrong, but
story.
didn't
They
they
not
put
just
that
shooting
young
up
man up
houses.
there?
They
They put
pissing
that
on
young man up to
graves.
that?
They pulling caskets out the ground. They doing everything devilish now. It
Yeah,
ain't just
they
like they
lot more
murk you.
extra
They
now.
go to your grave site and disrespect it and put it on
Yes,
live and shit.
yes. It's a lot more
I had a
extra
question
now,
to the
bro.
brother who brought up that the Yummy situation. Now, you said the BDs or they killed the young man. They killed that the young boy. Now, didn't they put him up to
They sure
go
did.
shoot somebody and he
Yeah, they
just
did.
missed the person. He missed the target and end up hitting somebody else.
They
Yeah.
loved it.
So okay, so why didn't whoever put that young man up to do that or put it in his brain to say that was that was cool to go do that, and then he, it went left.
Because a stronger
Why
gang
you didn't
leader,
step up
gang leader came in. They got a whole series about this shit. A stronger gang leader came in because it was his niece that the nigga killed, right? So the stronger leader came in and said, "You need to do something about this, or I'm gonna kill all you niggas." And so the
but they end up killing the
they
boy.
went and found him and acted like they was gonna help him, and they went and killed him.
And that's why Pac got mad, because he's like, you guys put him out here only to kill him. That's what Pac was about. That's what Pac was.
Yeah, that's when they had that riot in Chicago, right?
Yeah, they set him up for failure.
They set him up for failure.
Yeah, and the thing is,
you told him to go do this, and then he does it, but he misses his target, end up killing somebody else's relative that's a higher ranking member, and now you killed a little boy or whatever, instead of just taking the accountability, like, damn, that was my fault. I sent this little boy out on a hit, end up killing my niece, or whatever the case was, or however it was lined up, but then y'all go kill the little boy. So that's what that type of shit be like, scratching my head. Like, when did we take accountability for?
Well, I'm gonna say this real fast because I'm from Chicago, bro. The thing about that whole scenario is this, right? You have to look at it, and that's why I said, like, it was ran differently back in the day. So, like, if I'm a king, right, and then I have my underlings, and I say the only thing that's off about this whole thing, I'm not trying to promote any violence. I'm just saying this. If I'm a king, right, and I have my lieutenants under me, and my lieutenants vouch for somebody and say, we bringing them up in the ranks, and then we all of a sudden give commission for this person to go do something. The only issue I had with that, not saying I wouldn't have issue with the whole scenario, because we shouldn't be killing each other in the first place, but what I'm saying is, like, once they commissioned him to say, this is how you earn your stripes, if he failed the mission, they all should have died, not just him. Because the reality is that y'all all participated in the reality that led to the
how I
demise.
was kind of looking at it. That's how I was kind of looking at it. I'm from Milwaukee or whatever. So when that Pac shit jumped off and he was throwing a rant about that situation, it was a bunch of GDs up there and whatnot, and BDs or whatever, whoever he got into it with. You know, when that story broke like that, I'm like, man, how the fuck they put this little boy up to doing this shit?
Yo, can I say one thing real quick? Hood, are you there? Listen, if he's listen, Hood, where is this picture from? Where is this picture you got? Is this from the site where he had got killed? That where Takeoff got killed there? I just need to know a quick answer to that real quick, because there's something I wanted to say.
That looked like the murder scene.
Okay, so listen, you guys, this speaks into our point. You see the people in this picture, and now you see the people. Now look at that girl with the brown bonnet on and the short skirt.
with the chick out.
That's a prime example. Prime example.
But these are the ones tweeting.
What are you going to this with your cheeks out for? We are so lost. Look at her cheeks.
I'm gonna add something before I cut up out of here. And I appreciate listening, and I tune into y'all guys all the time, man. I appreciate Dr. Hood letting me on the platform. Well, we can't make sense out of madness, and that's my whole key. We can't, like with the snitching thing, everything. You can't make sense out of shit that just don't make sense. You can't expect love out of violence on any kind of level. It's like water and oil; it just don't mix. I think as a community, we've said it on here. We're lost on a lot of levels, but on that level, it's even one side of the fence or the other side. When a gang sets up in a white neighborhood, everybody calls the police and says, that's this. They're over here doing that. They're disturbing our peace. And that shit gets wiped out real quick. In our community, we try to validate, justify, make rules. It ain't no rules to fucking insanity. I mean, that's the definition of insanity, is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Until we could just abolish all of the bullshit, the gang shit, everything. We gotta get away from the bullshit, because we are trying to incorporate street shit to moral life, and it doesn't equate. It just doesn't. You can't make it equate.
Now,
So
once upon
until
a
we
time,
get some people get that out of our system, I just feel we're gonna continue to be lost. We don't have to live up to this motherfucking image that they put on you, that you're supposed to be this. You're supposed to be this. You're a gang member. You're a drug dealer. You're a dope dealer. You're a robber. You're a killer. You're a hustler. Why you just can't be a dude who go to school, get a little education, have a job, a family? Why, that's what I get lost. We keep trying to make sense of shit that don't make fucking sense.
Right.
We want to be like the mafia. We want to run gangs like a mafia, because the gang ain't nothing but a knockoff version of what the mafia is. But they're well orchestrated. They're well organized. They conduct and they live by a certain group of rules, like they say. They don't kill kids and women and children. And if that shit if it does happen, it gets handled in house, and it's very quick. It's not going to be a whole bunch of movie stories about the shit. That's how they operate. We don't operate like that. We're a low budget version of what they're doing, and we trying to make it seem like it's going to equate. It just don't. It just doesn't.
That's fact.
So I'm just like,
right.
The snitching thing, I'd be getting lost, because it's like, he's a square. If Dr. Hood's a square and I'm out here in the street and he's riding with me and some shit go off and things get pulled out and shit happens, am I expecting this square motherfucker not to say anything? It's not his obligation to take no. He's a square. He's not saying a square. You know what I mean? But he's a square. He's gonna tell. That's like watching somebody's grandmother witnessing somebody getting their head blown off. Y'all gonna call her a snitch? Right. You can't. She's a fucking civilian. She's a woman who goes to work and come home every day.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. I just want to say one quick thing about what you just said before you go, because I know you say you got to go. The problem is, the reason why we can never be a duplicate of what they putting out is because the very same people who's operating law enforcement are involved in the very same things that they are policing. That's why if you look at a lot of like the mobster movies and all this stuff, they are interconnected. We don't have access to the very things that they have. So we will never be so we would never be on a position as they are, because if you look at it, it's a reason why the Black Panthers don't exist, but the KKK still exists. It's a reason why there's still Irish mobs, Italian mobs, etc. And they in political position, because those very same people are interconnected with powerful people. But yet, if you're a black person and you try to do those very same things, what happens is the FBI, the CIA, the government, if you look at all the movements that we had, it was the very government that came against us. The government never came against them. So the thing is, I get your point.
And scared us off for wanting to come together again like we had in the Black Wall Street. We had organizations where we did it behind closed doors, but we let them scare us from doing it again like they did. Everybody was together back in the day. We didn't give a fuck about what they were doing, but we got scared the more they shut us down. And when they did what they did to Fred Hampton and others, like, oh, hell no, I don't think it's a good idea for us to organize. The more as time went on, we got more scarier and scarier to come together. When more back in the day, we was more together when there was more against us.
But fear is how everything gets ruled. We talked about slavery earlier in this shit. What is slavery? Fear. You run, I'm gonna cut your foot off. You run, I'm gonna rape your wife and son in front of you.
Tell it.
That let's just keep it 100. Fear is how shit gets ruled. Either you get down with the program or you get abolished off the face of the earth, or you wish you was dead. So the real question would be is when are we going to stop being scared?
Because
The
you
new
right.
plan now is jail.
Because
Like that's
right.
the new slave plantation is jail. We'll lock you away and throw away the key. We'll come up with charges, put you on probation for 20 years. You get caught with a joint, you end up doing 10 years because you was on probation. Like, it's a fear factor to all of this shit.
Because see, when Kanye said, people got mad when Kanye said slavery a choice because they followed that whole sentence and they didn't know the context. And most people believe he wrong. But if you go back to the history of slavery and the hundreds of revolutions, black revolutions that happened, some of them they don't document. They wasn't going for all that. They in slavery on the boats, some folks jumped off the boat. There was that Nat Turner Revolution,
the Guerrilla Wars
Revolution. Them folks wasn't going for that. They chose to stand up for themselves. That's what he was trying to say. There were folks that was like, I'm not going out. I'll jump off this boat. That was a choice.
Well, when you change the statement, right, like I'm a fool god, there's a huge difference in me saying something looks good, something smells good, something is good, something was good, something sounds good. You see how all them shits was 3-letter statements, but they all different?
Right.
So when somebody says, let's say I was to say to a person addicted to drugs, you've been addicted to drugs for 40 years, right? And you've lived multiple lives, this and that, reinvented yourself. It sounds like the use of the drugs might have been a choice, right? Now, however you want to take it, you could do that. But I said it sounds that way. Now, if I say drugs, 40 years, that was a choice. That's different. But I know that what he's saying, either way, he's right. And I'm so emotional, which is what we do. I'ma just gaslight it and be like, oh, he said this, and now people are like, oh, well, yeah, now everybody want to get deep. Well, yeah, and it's not like they made a conscious decision. Well, I mean, maybe they didn't, but if we want to get to the layers of it, because when you dealing with trying to get free, you already done dealt with all that shit. Right now, you just at the point, I need to get up out this shit. Fuck that. I'm choosing to do this every day. I'll die first. And we understand that when it's given to us with a cherry pie and some whipped cream. We like it to be sweet, but we don't like it to be rough. Not that. But we love gangsters though. We love niggas who kill other niggas. But what you better not do is say where you stayed at, you could have got up out of that. Because like niggas were saying earlier, it's the victim mentality. And if you ain't playing the victim card, hey man, we might vilify you. We might label you anything. We don't like black men who are done being victims. We don't like you niggas.
You know what, brother? I would just say this one thing to what you just said. That's the thing. It's like black men, we have to understand that we are the pinnacle of masculinity in this society. We don't really understand that. So like for us to be like looked at as weak, every other race, think about this, right? Every other race can say victim mentality towards us because they understand whether it's a black man or black woman, we are considered the strongest out of all of them. That's why they can paint this victim mentality on only us. Think about it. They never call Asians victims. They don't call the 24 karat people victims. They don't call anybody else victims and talk about victim mentality unless it comes to us. Because everybody expects us to be strong. We can have a crackhead mama. We can have a father who went to prison, and we can be raising our little brother and sister going to school every day. But if we if we do something wrong, you should have known better. But the fact that we have situations like you even have a Jeffrey Dahmer situation where they create a whole Netflix movie and try to humanize this guy and talk about his mom left, because they show this, it's subliminal. They show his mom left him. His dad showed him these things. They do all this stuff because they want to humanize them. But yet you have a black dude that'll do something like the little black dude years ago that had did like a wrestling move on his cousin. He got life in prison. You know what I'm saying? For doing
I
like
remember that, bro. I remember that young man.
Yeah, think about that. It's no sympathy, it's no love, because the whole world looks at black people as the example of what it's supposed to be masculine, feminine, and a pinnacle of society. Even if they deny it, they know deep down inside they all looking up to us. The problem is we don't look up to ourselves to realize that the whole world is watching.
We
And that's
are
why
the influence.
yeah. We the biggest influence. Think about this. Even in Japan, right? Literally in Japan, right? They have situations where Japan. I'll give Japan credit because I was over there. They not as racist. They more passive in their racism. But what I will say is this: they definitely racist, right? But the thing is, even in that culture, you look at K-pop culture in Korea, whatever. They literally have people go over there that are putting products in their hair to make themselves have froze. But yet they'll laugh at us about our froze, our natural hair. Think about that. That's why I said we don't really realize how much the world admires us as a people, but they hate us at the same time, because it's kind of like that friend. You'll have that friend who he wants to be you, but he know he'll never be you. So the way he show you that he wants to be you is by sabotaging you. So in his mind, he could say, I'm better than you. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. It's like they want to put us down to make themselves feel better, because deep down inside, they know we better. You know what I'm saying? And even when it comes to like us procreating, you think about it, right? It doesn't matter who we have as black men, I could say this, or even black women. It doesn't matter who we procreate with, our genes are dominant. They hate that. They hate that. If I was to go out here right now today, or any one of you guys, go out and have a baby with any other race of person, that baby is going to show some signs that it's black in them. But if they go out here and they have a baby with any other race, their genes are going to show that they not the dominant force. Whether it comes to us being able to be out in the sun, it's just, I can get deep on this, but I'm not going to go too deep. I'm just saying, the world knows. This problem is we don't know. And they are using propaganda. They're using every method that they can, even our own selves, to make us feel as though we not who we are. You know what I'm saying? And as long as we are mentally enslaved, like the brother brought up the Kanye West thing, when he said that, I didn't really take that offensively, because he's right to a certain extent.
Right.
But at the same time, it's one of those things where it's kind of like when we get into like what's going on today with the jabs or whatever. You think about it, right? There is a coercion. It's kind of like if we sitting in a room and I have a gun to somebody's head and I say, hey, either you gonna eat this pile of shit or you gonna take a bullet to the head. It's kind of like, yo, like, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. You know what I'm saying? It's not really a choice, you know what I'm saying? Because both choices are bad. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of the same scenario that they put us in. They put us in a scenario where it's kind of like, if we go about this kind of like the Kanye West thing, he can say all the stuff he say. But if he actually decides to take a stance, you have so many black celebrities. You look at all the people like, oh, I'm not a part of Donda Academy. I'm not a part of this. None of these billionaires stood up to defend this man when they know for a fact, I guarantee you, they know for a fact what he's saying is true, but they won't stand up because in reality, they're mentally a slave and they don't
Yeah,
want to
because
stand
if
up
they
for the truth.
stand up, they gonna get their little fake status snatched too.
Exactly.
Kanye said a long time ago, well,
Exactly.
I'm a billionaire. I just don't have $1 billion.
Yeah.
Right? See, then niggas was saying this, oh, well, the equity in the stocks. And I'm all like, no, Kanye's telling you I'm not really a billionaire. They said that. Kanye never said he was a billionaire until everybody else started saying that shit. And then he tried to get it out there like, I don't really have $1 billion. And if someone can make me a billionaire, they could make me not one. Right? See, when he was saying this shit, I'm not gonna say we wasn't paying attention, but the media wasn't grabbing that, really putting it out there, because everybody knows that makes sense, right? That's like if you live at home with your mom. You got a closet, you got Jordans, you got polo, you got all type of shit. But if you make your mom mad enough, you ain't gonna have none of that shit. And yeah, she took you to go buy it. She even let you pick it out. But make her upset enough and she'll let you know that ain't your shit. That's my shit. That's exactly what happened.
Exactly, brother. And that's the thing that I think that a lot of black people, we need to realize that as long as other people are writing our checks, we not free. That's
As
the
long
harsh
as we,
reality.
yep.
And I said it's sad because we keep on wanting to paint the Rihannas, the Jay-Z's, all these different people. But guess what? Who's writing their checks? It's the very same people that Kanye West pointed out. But yet, when you point these people out, they're the only people in this whole world that you can't point out by name without being destroyed by the media. People got to really think about this, because think about it. When the Black Lives Matter movement was going on, everything, we could say white people this, white people that, we hate white people. We could say all of that stuff, literally. And it was like blasted mainstream news. But yet, if you
Hold up. We
mention
can also
specific
We
people
can
by
also
name,
say we hate
look what
niggas.
happened to them people. And like I said, Prince, Sam Cooke, Michael Jackson, all these different people, same scenario. Malcolm X. I mean, like I said, the list goes on. We can look into this stuff and we got to ask ourselves, is there a problem or is it not? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
There's absolutely a problem.
Yeah. So that's my spiel, man. I can go all day, man, but I know brothers got to get along with their days, man. But it's been real good talking to you guys. I know people have been telling me like I should get a channel, man, but honestly, man, I just love talking to my people, man, because reality is like I feel like it's deeper than just, you know what I'm saying, channels and stuff. It's more so about, do we really see this stuff, man? And I really get tired of like arguing with people about like the reality, especially when it's so clear to see at this point. It's like all we have to do is really just sit down, research this stuff, and read. And like that old saying goes, the best way you can hide something from a nigga is put it in a book. And it's sad because we literally see it today.
Yeah. Didn't Kyrie Irving just post the name of a book?
Just a book, bro. He literally only just posted the he literally
the title.
He just posted the title, right? And let's think about it. He posted the title, and think about how disrespectful that guy who was asking him the question. He said, "Well, I assume you didn't watch it." Why would you assume he will post something he didn't watch? Think about how disrespectful that is. I'm just going to post something. That's kind of like if Dr. Hood have a video that's very enlightening to me, right? And then I just post the video without even listening to it. You know what I'm saying? That's how much they think that we so ignorant that we don't even take the time out to even listen to the things that we post. Think about that. That's disrespectful in itself. But nobody would call these people up. Nobody.
Yeah, but also you got to think about it like this though. Why are they so offended by our opinion of them?
Because truth, bro. That's the thing. It's truth. If you really, like I tell people all the time, like I was saying earlier, whether it's Hebrews, whether it's Egyptians, whether it's the Kushite dynasty with the Kemetic people, all this stuff. If you really truly study history, you will see that what they're trying to hide is the truth behind who was the founders of society, man. I keep trying to tell people this because the thing is, spirituality is one thing. You know what I'm saying? We all believe in God or atheism, whatever people believe in is one thing. But ultimately, in the end, there is a truth and there is a lie. And one thing I can say from my journey in life is the truth of the matter is all these religions that a lot of these people worship today, I found it in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And you got to look at it when they had the Balfour Declaration.
Teach it.
Yeah, in the 1800s. People got to look this up. There was no Middle East. It was Northern Africa and it was Southern Africa. It was
The Nile Valley.
exactly, bro. It was all Africa, bro. But the thing is, all Africa.
Jerusalem, Egypt. That's Jerusalem is in Egypt. And where is Egypt at?
The North Horn of
In
Africa. Exactly. And they made that thing to try to make a separation because they knew they was already plotting to separate Israel, the Jordan, and all these different places. Like I even seen this documentary. Y'all can look this up, bro. There's a documentary y'all right now, right? That was saying that Ethiopians, I mean, think about it. We know Ethiopians are black. That Ethiopians are Caucasian, bro. Think about this. We know Ethiopians are black. But they made a whole documentary about how, because the guy over Ethiopian, Salansi, I forgot his last name, Sani or something like that, but he traces Yeah. Now think about it. He traces his lineage back to King David. This is what they claim. Now, if he traces his lineage back to King David in the Bible, and he's black, and they claiming that they're the original people, who are these original people? And you think how they treat those Sephardic Jews. They don't even want to accept them in their military right now. But they have lineage tracing back for years. These the very same people that the only people now, and that's why I tell people about, like, even when it comes to things like Christianity, I tell people, like, I get it. And the way we've been taught these things, it's been colonized. But we can't erase the Afrocentric nature of these religions or these belief systems, because if you trace it back, the oldest church, the Coptic church, existed in Ethiopia over 3,000 years ago. You look at Samaria, all these different places is always in Africa. We even say, as when our brothers, the Moors was doing crazy things. But guess what? That's why you have movies like, I forgot the guy's name, but it was about Frank White. It was a scene in there where he was like, oh, it's a reason why we don't like, King of New York. Remember in the scene, we said, it's the reason why we don't like you niggas. Y'all just niggas because, back in the day, the Moors came over there, he's raping all the women. And that's why y'all got black skin.
That was True Romance. Yeah, that was Dennis.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
was True
That was
Romance.
Anthony
I know
Walker.
exactly what you're talking about.
Christopher
Yeah.
Walker.
Yeah,
he called him
Christopher
an
Walker. Yeah,
eggplant.
y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was
So
talking.
remember
Yeah.
that scene? Remember
Yeah,
that
of course.
scene? Now think about this.
Yeah.
They always, and now you know what's something? Go back and watch Shaka Zulu. When Shaka Zulu, right? It's a scene in there, right? In Shaka Zulu, right? Now ask yourself this question: why would they even throw this in there? In Shaka Zulu, right? It's a scene where they getting them off the boat, right? And the guy was like, "Oh, it's just so crazy how, like, these people was considered like prestigious people, but they the lost tribes of Israel. Why they throwing this stuff in there? They're mocking us in front of our face. We just don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
This the thing.
the thing is too is you got to think about it. That some of this stuff that they do, they don't put it out there for us because they know we'll skim right past it and that they can distract us by the next event they put out. They put this stuff out for them.
Exactly.
These books and shit, these are for them.
I'm
That's
gonna
why
tell
they
y'all
title
something.
these books certain ways. Look at the book
That's
called
why
Russian Icons.
That's why they trying to reword the name hieroglyphics. That's their own term of what they think Egyptian matter is. That's not what it's really called.
Well, hieroglyphics is great.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
And that's they wrote the book on Egyptology, and even think about this, right?
Egyptology, that's not the term for that. That was the white folks term.
Not at all. And even Africa. Remember, that was based on Africanus. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole land was called Kush.
Right.
Think about that.
The
And
land
even
of
if you look at and even if you think about something like this, right? Think about this, right? They have a situation where if you ever read the books, and that's why I always tell people, like, don't be discouraged to read the words of of so-called enemies, as we can say. If you ever read like Albert Pike, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna go, I don't want to get your shit blocked. I just want to say, if you ever read the book of Albert Pike, right? They have this thing within their teachings, right? Where they say that they put out truth, right? They said the reason why they put truth out and what they speak on is because they want the sheep to know what they're doing, because it's only the right thing to do. So when things happen, you know what I'm saying? It's not their fault. They told you. And if you look at it, whether it comes to all the things that's going on in our world today, I'm not going to go real deep on it, but there are certain things that they've been trying to do to our people. I'll just say certain medical procedures they've been doing. And I would just say this. They actually released the files, but within these files, there's 450,000 pages to this file. But if you go within the file, you will see all the things that was going to happen if you know what I'm saying, allowed yourself to be subjected to this medical procedure. And the reason why they put that out is because when something goes wrong, they're going to say, well, it was there for you to read it. You just didn't read it. They've been doing this for years, bro. And it's like you're trying to tell people, like, if you put it in the book, people won't see it. And it's the same thing with our detriment, whether it's the Willie Lynch letter, all this different stuff. They've been doing this stuff for so many years. And you got to think about it as people. Just ask yourselves as people. Ain't it sometimes you do things? Now, we might not be doing it in a malicious way, but I just say for instance, one of our kids, we might put the answer right before them, but it's not malicious in our play. We just put it right there. And then we ask them a question and they be looking all around trying to figure it out. We just laughing. And then we just tell them like, you didn't see that? You know what I'm saying? Even though the answer was right there, they didn't see it. But these people, they do that because they want to mock us and laugh at us and say, you seem so stupid. Look at you. You running all around for the answers, but I literally said it right before your face. You ain't nothing but a stupid, ignorant nigga.
And you're right. Let me on piggyback on what you said. You're right. But what they say about black folks that we can't read, right? But everything is for us in these books. Our real knowledge is not going to be on television. They're going to try. But our real knowledge is in the books that they say we don't got the patience and discipline to read from. You know, when I, at the same time, because what we won't do, the elephant is also in the room. Like what you're saying, they put it out there. The book is out there about Margaret Sanger and what she brought for Planned Parenthood. We know as black folks, if you really know your history, you would know that Planned Parenthood wasn't built to help contraceptive. It was help to keep our population.
It wasn't for planning parenthood.
It was to keep our population as a people away. And that's been the number one killer beyond all this gun violence. Kanye was right. Amongst black people is the A word, is Planned Parenthood. And that was built by design for our population. And you see the white population is declining now and they're acting up. So when they wanted us, the Planned Parenthood was built to keep our demographic down.
Definitely.
Okay. That it was built to keep our babies killed. They had the Tuskegee experiment, same thing. To keep black babies from, because they know that no matter what culture we cook up with, you're going to see black.
Hey, and let me say this because you just brought up the Tuskegee experiments. There was a group of people in the town where all that was going on, right? And they was talking about that shit. And motherfuckers was getting put in asylums, involuntarily being put on medication, being brought in doctor's offices and threatened with infertility. You better shut the fuck up, right? So I'm just piggybacking off that because the first thing is to always make you look crazy or incredible. See, we use the word incredible in a more positive way, but we all know incredible means believable. Incredible means that's unbelievable. So the first thing to do is to make a nigga unbelievable and attack his credibility. And once we do that, anything that makes sense will destroy that too, because that's the way you destroy credibility, right? A motherfucker who got dented credibility could say 1 + 1 is 2, and we'll say, shut up, nigga, I don't fuck with you.
Yep. Because listen, that's real. That's what Kanye West was talking about.
Well, and even think about this, guys. Think about this,
They was trying to put him on medication. They was trying to put him on medication. And I don't know if y'all seen that last interview he just did, but he was outside of a vehicle and he said, talking about how, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they could have put him on some pills, and one of them, it would have took one of them pills to be something different, and it'd have been a wrap.
And he left. He's like, hell no.
And he knew that.
Well, think
And
about this.
it's funny how
Even
crazy they tried to make him seem and how clear and intelligent the brother is talking when you listen to him.
Absolutely.
Because he
Go
ain't
ahead,
taking
my fault.
those pills, and then you look at it like even when they came out with, the recent therapeutics, ask yourself this question. You can look this up. In 2020, they want to test it out in Africa with the least amount of cases, but yet and still, why you want to test it out in Africa?
Wait,
Look
test
that
what
up.
out?
The recent therapeutics
The
that they
new
want to pump in everybody's arms.
Oh, the new joint. Yeah.
Yeah, look this up.
The new jump off. Yeah.
Yeah, look
Okay.
it up. Literally, they was talking
Well, they
about.
always do that. They always test them stuffs over in Africa and them third. That's why they go over there. That's why Oprah and all these. That's why they go over there.
Yeah,
Well,
but
They go over there for that.
we know the pure medicine comes from that place to where we don't need all this white powder stuff that they try to put in us. The real medical stuff is there. And then when the African scientists try to put it out, what did they do? They shut them down. All of a sudden, they die in the plane crash.
Or yep.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's the thing people got to understand. It's like
Heart
when they
attack.
was putting that out, like a lot of those Africans. That's why I said I at least salute them for this. When that was going down, they started burning down those facilities. But the news don't cover this. You have to really go to black news media sites or people who's pushing, you know what I'm saying, the message out here that's not on the MSNBCs, the Fox News, whatever. You have to go outside of those different methods and find people that's talking about the real stories. And when you go and look at those things, those people were literally burning down those facilities. Because they like, no, man, you ain't about to play us. We
These
tired of
people
what
are
our
getting burned down. A lot of these natural doctors are getting cases and raided. I don't know if y'all remember when this
Or missing.
in 2019, the 2019 jump off, they was raiding facilities that was giving certain treatments.
Oh yeah, over 22. Oh, they
Like
said over
vitamin C.
22 doctors was killed in that same year. And then you have to look at it, even when it comes to the food
I
thing. I
remember
tell
that.
people all the time, ask yourself this question. Now, like I said, y'all can look into this yourself. Don't take my word. I always challenge people to look into this yourself. If people think I'm crazy, we all of a sudden in a situation where we talking about food shortage, right? But since April 2021, right? You had over 100 food factories that's been burned down in this nation sporadically. And every time it happens, they say, oh, it's nothing going on. It just happened. It's like, nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nah, something going on. But yet, we talking about we can't get cargo. But them cargo ships that were sitting out there for 6 to 8 months, we wouldn't let them in unless they get a little bit of therapeutic treatment on themselves. People got to ask, what's more important, food or this therapeutic that don't even work? I'm just saying, man, it's way deeper. But then they use our very own people to push the
Oh, they
narrative
work.
against us.
That stuff works. It works. Trust me.
Can I just say one more thing, you guys? Ain't really no wrong thing that no one's saying, because it's all about reference, and we're teaching each other today. Hopefully, it's being registered, and hopefully, people are really, really registering instead. Because the thing is, our history has been looked at as so complicated. Folks don't want to take the time, but once you do, you get so excited to know, like, damn, I
When
didn't.
it comes to us, everybody got the shortest attention span.
Right?
You niggas, I'm really learning, because I'm really realizing a bunch of niggas really feel the way I do. They may not say it the way I say it. They may not really even say it. Put them in a position to where they can speak from their heart. All of a sudden, all the shit you be thinking, you're hearing every fucking black man say this shit.
Ben said it.
Oh, go ahead. For whoever I cut, I just had to, you just brought the gospel out of me real quick. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All I was saying is that from what I've been learning through Hidden Colors, through these men who's actually had real black scholars, historians, that's really, really knows our history, that really can tell us, when you guys really take the time to learn, unlearn to relearn your history, it plays a part into what's going on. We are a part of nature. Botanicals, our animals are all a part of us, because they survived all this time, the Ice Age, when all the Europeans came and invaded our shit, after the Ice Age. Okay, that's after it happened. The Ice Age is when it started happening. It's true story. Go look at the story Tubi on Tubi, a free app called Heavy as the Crown, a recent documentary about us, about the Ankh sign. We're valuing a plus sign instead of an Ankh sign that was built out of a black woman's uterus. A black woman's uterus. The Ankh sign, not the plus sign. The Ankh sign is our shit. The divine Ankh sign. If you learn about yourself and know how we are connected with nature and the sun as a people, and how we built these pyramids symmetrically, how we invented mathematics, how we was already on America's turf long before we was already trading with the Native Americans long before the boats came. We was already here. We was already here. We was already in China. We was already in Mexico.
You know
We
what
was
you
already
guys,
everywhere.
you know what
Already.
you know
Building
what you dudes are
pyramids all
showing.
around the world.
You know what you dudes are showing in real time. This is the problem. See, because they know these type of conversations will pop off, and they don't really want us talking about this type of shit. They want us talking about death. They want us talking about poison. They want us in pain. Not to even say that this conversation doesn't come from a place of pain, right? Because we talking because black men are killing each other. That is why
Where's
this
you coming
conversation
from?
started.
Yeah.
But look at where we are in the conversation, right? We ain't gonna spend no 3 motherfucking hours focused on this particular thing. Nah, we're gonna move to some realization and to some scholarship and to some real information. And I'm really like, see, I be having these little theories, and this is proving one of my theories. Like, you gotta keep us talking about death, because if you don't, we'll talk about life too much.
That's it. Which is our people. We talk about life. Our history isn't vengeful. Our history isn't about violence. When we have our own so-called religion, wasn't about violence. But in this European text that we've been duped to believe from slavery, that it's a vengeful God. That God is vengeful.
But you know what?
We wasn't a vengeful people.
You know
That's not
what?
our thing.
We might have to get to being violent. That's the only way we're gonna gain our respect. We got to get some pushback and some resistance.
No, we
But
got to get together. We got to
Now,
use
I'm gonna say something real fast, bro. I'm gonna say something real fast.
It's not violence.
Collectively do that though.
The thing about the thing about I just want to say this, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who honestly, my belief system comes from the Hebrews, you know what I'm saying? But I would just say this. The problem is when we reading things, we're contextualize it from the viewpoint that somebody else told the story. But when you really read like a lot of the things, even when I say, like, I use the Bible as an example, a lot of people say it's the white man's book. But if you look at that God in that Bible, he wasn't really like a vengeful God. He was a loving God. What it was the people, like we have to going on today, they never listened. So because they didn't listen, they got the things that was brought upon them. And the thing is, a lot of people got to realize when you read the book, right, you can't always take the book from a perspective of this is what God said. You have to take the book from this is perspective of what people was experiencing in that time. And this is what they realized when they was going through their experience. That's why I can read like things from like, because I'm gonna tell y'all, man, this to be very short. I had a point in my life where I studied like, you know what I'm saying, evolution. You know what I'm saying? I left that alone because I realized like when I read like Charles Darwin, he was a racist, 100%. His whole mind state was based on the fact that he was trying to explain away the difference of races. And he had like black people at the bottom and he went up the scale. You know what I'm saying? And then you go into like all these other different religions, whether it's Islam, whether it's Kemet, whether it's Christianity, etc. But the thing is, when you really start truly reading it for yourself, you'll realize that the stories are similar, but there's differences within the stories. But the thing is, there is a true creator. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna get too biblical on people. I'm just saying, like, when you really start reading it, you realize that the very same people is telling us is nothing more than what we see right now. They're lying to us. But the problem that's been played on a lot of black people is, I hear a lot of brothers say this, is you don't have to do nothing in the present world. But I'll just use this from my Hebrew understanding. If you ever look at the Moseses of the world, or you look at the Josephs of the world, or you look at the Pauls, anybody, even Jesus, you know what I'm saying, what we call Yahshua. You look at all these different people, right? It was never a situation where they just sat on their hands. They had to do something to get something. And we've been convinced as a people that we just need to sit on our hands and not do anything and expect God to save us. God never been like that. No matter what religion you go through, God has always been in a position to say, if you want something, you need to do something to show you want it. And any good father would attest the same things. We'll give you the ability to do it, but you have to do it. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't do it, you bound to fail. And then you come crying and saying, oh, you know, why didn't you save me? It's like, well, I gave you the rope. Why didn't you pull yourself up? You see what I'm saying? And that's all I would say, man, because I'm not going to, you know, debate everybody when it comes to like different religions. I'm just saying, like, the story is the same. Man,
well,
we have a choice.
You're right. They're all the same from all different cultures. You see, now that's the thing. Now, what is your culture? Black, or considered black, which we don't even know, right? We supposed to be speaking Somalian. Our names ain't even supposed to be our names, right? Okay, so if we think about, and I had this debate, it's not even an argument, it's a debate. So if we know in history, especially black history, we know now the Bible, there's a lot of truth to it, because all different religions that was man-made are similar to that one book. But then we have to know where the origin of all these same things come from. And the origin of the Holy Bible is on a stone in Egypt, okay, which was plagiarized and manipulated and to keep us bound in slavery. The Bible in this country, the word God is a Western civilization term. That was from the West. Okay. So Osmet is really the name. So the Austerian theory is the real story about what happened on December 25th. Okay. The constellations, the stars in the sky is relative to black people. That's relative to us. So if we're talking about a book that was European made, why would I follow a book that wasn't even made for me and to keep me bound in slavery and socially programmed by a whole bunch of people that don't look like me and a Jesus that didn't even exist with the word back then? It was plagiarized for us to keep us bound, to be separated. Religion, which we created. That's all I'm saying. No, there's no Hebrewism. There's truth to it, but there's also not some, as there are religions. But as far as us people, black people, there's a lot of truth into the Hebrew text. Okay, but it goes even beyond Hebrew. The J word, the Hebrews. Okay, it's our history. You ever heard the term writings on the wall? Okay, that's what they mean. The writing is on the wall. The Vatican has all our history locked away. The Catholic Church. You know, they tell us this in hidden colors with real black scholars. Okay? These got folks in there digging up our history that don't look like us in Egypt, rewriting it daily, digging up mummies. We think mummies are scary. We think voodoo is scary. They had us believing that voodoo means a bad thing. When that's our culture. We're magical. We're supposed to know voodoo. But if you don't know yourself and your history, you would think that it's demonic. When they say about your third eye, okay, that's a real thing.
We have to get back to this because we can go all day on the religious thing. I would just say
yeah,
this,
that's
brother.
going to turn into it definitely is going to turn into
It's not even religious. It's the truth.
No. I just want to say one quick thing. You know what I'm saying? What the brother said. I think the biggest problem that I have with a lot of black people is you just did something I always try to steer brothers away from. Stop giving white people so much credit. They didn't create the Bible, bro. They didn't.
Okay, well, who did?
The Hebrews, bro.
If they did, they put a whole lot of black characters in it.
What happened was no. Just hear me
There's
out.
a whole lot of black characters in it. That's full of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would they create a religion that literally is positioned in Africa? You know what I'm saying? People got to read
the book.
No. Hear me out, brother. Hear me out real fast. What I'm telling people is this: we can have like differences on the origins of things, but one thing we can't have a difference on is the fact that all these different belief systems are created through black people. The problem is you have white people just like they doing today. Like right now, they say Eminem is the greatest rapper that ever existed. Like we don't have the Pharaoh marches. Like we don't have the cannabises. Like we don't have all these great black people. But I mean, let's think 200 years from now. Yeah, I'm just saying like his lyrical prowess. What I'm saying is like these dudes was great. You got the Big L's. You got all these different people. But what I'm saying is like 200 years from now, they might make Tupac white. That's what I'm saying to you. So
if we allow it.
But my point is, if we not around, and just as much as the propaganda has manipulated our mass today, instead of us trying to find the truth, we'll try to equate our, you know what I'm saying, our beliefs and our foundations to white people, even though they have manipulated. Think about it. Even right now, right? We can say about Kemet, right? Let's think about all the movies and everything that they didn't put off right now to where you literally have Egyptian people that are not black saying they the true Egyptians, bro.
That God of Egypt shit, as soon as it came on, me and my son had to just turn it off. We said, we ain't even doing this. You ain't even gonna try to bait us, nigga.
Giving them, you gonna start off the movie with the spoiler, huh?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
What you're saying is right, though. We are giving them too much credit for stuff because we know they have been stealing everything from us since the beginning of time.
Exactly.
Like I mean, they do it with rock and roll music and everything. They still are. They demonize us for our hip hop culture and then steal it and put it in their commercials and use it to advertise. Look, listen to even country music nowadays has pop sounds to it.
Plagiarism.
They steal everything from us.
Exactly, bro. And that's all I'm saying. Like, whether we believe in the Bible, whether we believe in Islam, whatever, we have to realize that all these different belief systems do originate from us. Whether we disagree on it or not, we have to stop giving these people so much credit because they wasn't. Think about it. If we was going to their places, right? Literally teaching these people about mathematics, about washing their own asses, doing all this stuff. How in the hell they gonna write a book? Because regardless of how people feel about the Bible, whatever, it's a lot of wisdom in the book. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna give credit to these white people who weren't even washing their ass and brushing their teeth. Come on, man. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We have to really take these things for what they are and embrace these things for what they are and say, you know what? We can debate on the truth, but we have to acknowledge that our people was the foundation of all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing.
What about the printing press, though?
All I'm saying is that it's hard for me as I've grown older to learn about myself and what my real people's history is, to follow a book that says you still supposed to be a slave regardless.
But it never said that, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like if you really read it, right? And like this is the last thing I'm gonna make.
You mean that wasn't the real meaning they meant?
No, this is what I'm gonna say to you. If you really read
the rhetoric, bro.
No, think about it.
Okay, we can pull up the verse.
No, you can pull it up, but then I can tell you what it actually means. That's what I'm saying. You have to.
Okay, we gonna.
Go ahead. You can pull up anything because I'm not one of them guys who just follow the passive. What I'm telling you is this. I always tell people this. If you read it right, it tells you that if somebody was to kidnap somebody and do all these things, they should be put to death. So all the people was trying to justify what they was doing, they should have been put to death. And it's a reason why they had slave Bibles that took out pretty much all proportions of the Bible that would have people like Nat Turner rising up and killing these people because they only tell half of the story, bro. Even when you have the Bible that we have today, it's 66 books, but they don't talk about the Maccabees. They don't talk about all the other things that was meant to be in this book, like we was just talking about earlier, the Vatican. all these different things equates to a bigger picture.
They don't
Even
talk
when it
about
comes,
the book of the
Brother,
dead either.
let me say something real quick. There's a reason why they are demonizing all these brothers for saying that we are Hebrews.
Exactly.
Period. Like, I mean, come on, man. There's a reason why you cannot say that as okay. So
I'm just saying.
we just got to deal with more surface level things. These things is I mean, that's the deeper, that's the deep rooted stuff that, and I'm glad like my cousin, the Deaf Chef, shout out, what up, Cuddy? I'm glad he said that, because I was actually thinking that when he said that. These conversations started out with the brother getting killed at a dice game, which I didn't even really know the details of that. That's why I tapped in, because
right. Yeah, I don't think
I got
none
a
of us
text
know
this
the
morning
details.
and I didn't even know it was real.
Exactly, brother. It's funny you say that, brother.
Real quick. I'm saying I'm glad this got to that, because these things, this is what needs to be done, is peeling back these layers, because they want us to just sit and dwell on these murders and surmise what happened and go through the little beef and the drama and then on to the next. We got to peel back these layers. So I'm glad this is getting deeper than this.
Exactly, brother. And that's the whole thing I was saying. Like, I won't get into a religious debate with my brother, because I'm sure that he's well knowledgeable like I am. But like, my whole point that I was making to him earlier is we have to stop allowing people to tell our history.
Yeah.
We have to stop allowing these people to hijack what we created and then twist it. Because the thing is, it all comes together to make one full picture. And when we try to like separate one thing from the other, we miss something. And the thing is, what is the Kemet beliefs, what is Islam, what is Christianity, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not even Christianity. When you think about it, Christianity was created by Austin Team. That's the thing that people seem to miss. But it existed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it existed before they even came on the scene. They just took it, hijacked it,
and plagiarized. You're right.
Yeah, there was the Israelite. They put Talmuds on it and said, "Hey, we gonna celebrate Jesus' birthday on December 25th on the winter solstice." But it existed before then. That's what I'm saying. Like, all this stuff ties together for us to realize that it's much deeper than the surface level, man. That's all I'm saying. And that's why I can identify right now as a Hebrew, because I understand, even when you read the definition, it's an Afro-Asiatic language. And the people right there they ain't African. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean?
I know they don't look like it.
They not only look like it, if you look up, like, if y'all type in like DNA about those people we talking about, they say they 99% European. So how are you African? Come on, man. I'm just saying. These people steal everything from us, and we just have to realize in ourselves that we've been hijacked, man. Like Malcolm X said back in the day, we've been hijacked, man.
Malcolm been killing us.
And they got us out here debating their confusion that they threw out there.
Exactly.
While we stuck and don't know who the real enemy is.
Exactly.
That's really what, you know.
Oh, we know who the real enemy is, but we scared to face it.
Yeah,
we're scared to face them. We know who the real enemy is, but we're scared to face them. But we'll be tough in each other's face.
Yeah. And what it say? You know what I'm saying? That's to go biblical real fast. What it say? Say the devil is the author of confusion. Think about that. Whether you believe in the devil or not, it's real. Yeah, and chaos. So think about that, bro. Who's creating chaos and who's creating confusion within our community?
And destruction.
Exactly. And you know, one thing that Malcolm X said, I always say, it said, now remember, like I said, I'm coming from a biblical standpoint, but it said, the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Ask yourself this question: who's been around killing, stealing, and destroying everything they came in contact with? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not gonna say it, but y'all know.
They'll say we did it to ourselves, but organized, they know how to do it in a very organized, very slick way.
That's what I'm saying. And they said they was going to convince the world that they're an angel of light. Now ask yourself, we can go anywhere in the world and people going to demonize us as being bad. But these certain people that went around the world killing, stealing, and destroying everything in their path, everybody looks at them like they benevolent. Ask yourself, why is that?
And they said he was the angel of light, and we know the demonic guy was an angel at one point in time.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, like, it gets deep, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's like we got to take all this stuff and put it together. Like that's why I say, like, any brother.
I'm in agreement with you, bro. I'm in agreement with you.
That's what I'm saying. And any brother that shut off their other brother because they have difference of opinions, they not open to really saying the truth. And I know you're not there. I'm not saying any of you guys are like that.
No.
I'm just saying, like, we always have to be open because the reality is, once you shut your mind off, you done growing. And I remember Muhammad Ali said this, and I love what he said. He said, a man who's the same at 60 years old that he was at 30 years old, he wasted 30 years of his life. And I respect it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. He was another one of those ones that spoke for the masses, and he sacrificed whatever materialistic ways they thought of him, his money, his wealth, and his status to try to wake our people up. And as he was doing that on the public platform when it was still black and white, them folks thought they was laughing at him. They thought he was making a joke, and he wasn't smiling at all.
So let me ask you brothers a question. Why you think it's so hard for us to unite when you got all these black organizations like the Nation of Islam? You got, and as I mentioned earlier, you got all these gangs.
Can I answer first?
That could be formed right there as a militant to stand up and fight. Because like I said, we ain't gonna get shit by asking and marching and constantly complaining about the shit.
Right.
We ain't gonna get it. Something has to give. So that means that requires sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Coming together a little bit more better as possibly as we can. Well, within, that is, for the most part, within, because we gotta, you know what I'm saying, we gotta be collective amongst each other first.
Well, first of all, we can't have a one-track mind.
Huh?
First of all, we can't have a one-track mind. We gotta have an open mind.
But I'm saying we have all these organizations that is supposed to be representative of black. Nation of Islam and all these other gangs and whatnot and organizations, but we can't seem to
latch on
some type of one, you know what I'm saying, one black united front to fight against a bigger enemy that we are pretty much, most of us are aware of. At least aware of. If you ain't educated down, you know what I'm saying, educated to the fullest about it, you are aware that this shit is, the scale is tipped one side.
Yes,
it's very unbalanced. If we the biggest consumers of shit, but we got the least, we own the least of amount, and we are the least respected.
Yeah. I would just say this: the reason, and I'll let everybody else talk. I would just say this, and I'll be done. The thing is, what will unite black people, in my humble opinion, is to literally seek out the truth. Our biggest problem is, when we hear truth, we either deflect from it, or we run from it, or we try to, you know what I'm saying, find a way around it. If we all made up in our minds as black people that we're going to be about the truth no matter how hard it hurts, we will grow as a people.
I was going to say the same thing. We have to get out of our feelings. We have to unlearn, reset, and relearn. That's the only way that we're going to get done with this vicious cycle, vengeful cycle amongst ourselves, is if we don't take the time to unlearn, to relearn about yourself and who you are as a people, because we're the only people that don't want to do it. But we're the most powerful influence. Our money is big. Our politics is influential when it's time to vote. But we don't want to learn about ourselves. We don't want to learn to kick the cycle. If we knew about ourselves, we treat ourselves alike. We are a tribal people at the end of the day. So
now,
if we,
I have to slight disagree about we have to you know, educate ourselves a little bit more. I think at this point, it's 2022, man. We are aware of it. The point is, are we scared? Or we just don't, you know what I'm saying?
We're not aware of it, though.
What is it?
We're not aware of it, though.
Most of us
we are scared. Hell yeah,
we are scared.
That's all it is.
Bottom
We're not
line,
aware of ourselves.
we are scared. We can be tough towards each other, but when it comes to like some really stand-up shit, like, you know what I'm saying, really going against another race, that is controlling us and managing us if we really want to be liberated and freed and all that type of shit. But we also got to have an alternative too. You know what I'm saying? Because we talking about going against a whole nother nation, a race of people. You know what I'm saying? You got to have alternatives as far as, you know, the resources or whatever, which we don't control, or we don't produce or manufacture anything, as I stated earlier. You know what I'm saying? We got to have black farmers or people who know how to produce food and things of that nature. We got to be educating our own children instead of putting in these European or these white schools or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Letting them educate our children, that sort of thing. Hospitals. You know what I'm saying? We need our own form of hospitals versus, you know, going to one of these hospitals and whatnot. And when they come up with all this bullshit about this COVID shit, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
taking a jab.
Hey, I gotta just chime in real quick.
Yeah, please.
Because we're supposed to be talking about this nigga getting killed at this bowling alley. I want to tell y'all who all you niggas sound like right now. You niggas sound like Kanye West, man.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
You know, now, now, however niggas feel about that, they can say what they want. I'm just listening to the conversation. We're literally where you niggas is talking about infrastructure now. What we need to be doing as a whole. Me, I love this type of conversation. Now, I don't really know if this shit is set up for you niggas to talk about that. Right? But I love the conversation. And to me, this is the scary shit. We didn't know we was going to go this far today. But this is how this goes. When you put us in a position, because see, we're not in an environment of bullshit right now. We in a salute. We're here for answers. We wanted answers to the bowling alley. We took it beyond that. That's what we need to be doing it all the time with everything.
You know what it is, bro? It's because most of us think, like I always tell people like this all the time. Most black people, and I'm sure y'all can all agree with this, up until recently, we are socially conservative. We don't really believe in all the stuff that they be pushing out here. It's just they've shamed black people to believe that we on board with all the BS. And the reality is we not. It's just most of us don't speak up and say anything when it's in front of other people because we don't want to seem like the oddball in the equation. But most of us actually think this way. You know what I mean?
Bro, if we don't know about, if we're not, the only way, if we're not trying to learn about who we are, and we're not trying to educate ourselves about ourselves to know how, if you don't know about the past, you cannot prepare for the present, you can, and then prepare for the future. If you don't know about your past, then how are you going to be for the present to prepare for the future? We don't know enough about our past to be able to be presentable to the future. That's the problem. We're the only culture that do not know about our past beyond slavery, the proper way. And that's and that's just why, like somebody said in the comments, we're having another decade of the same conversation where we are being deluded. Okay, and we're allowing it. Okay, and we're too apologetic. Okay, we had all that on hospitals and all that businesses and all that, and we let it go because we got too scared.
Yeah,
but our money.
And that's exactly why I don't think most of us think like we talking right now. Because if you look at it, man, we don't even we cancel each other. We don't. What white person has been canceled?
Facts.
By us.
Not by us. You're right.
We'll cancel each other quickly, but we don't cancel. Jerry Jones ain't got canceled. Nope. Don't he got some scandalous stuff going on?
Epstein ain't been canceled.
Robert Kraft got some. I'm talking about even just in sports that we dominate.
Well, Kraft, you
can look at that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't canceled nobody, and Epstein or none of them cats. None of these.
Look at Howard Stern. He literally was
Silverman.
out there with blackface on. They had Howard Stern out here with blackface, calling people niggas, and they ain't did nothing.
Sarah Silverman got skits all over the place. It's all kind of. We ain't canceled not one of them. A company.
Yeah. We don't even get behind each other to wear our own clothes, that our own designers. Okay, we're walking advertisements, like our scholars been telling us. We're walking advertisements.
Yep.
Okay.
For companies that have already
Don't
spoken
care
against us, Tommy
You're right.
Hilfiger and all of them.
Facts. You're right. You're right. And they know that we're walking that. They know that we are great marketers. They know the power in us. No matter if you're Hebrew, they're all from the same place. So we're still all together. So what is the what is the debate? It's still from the Nile Valley. Okay? We know those peoples on the walls was dark and darker than me, and I'm super black. Okay? So there's really no wrong interpretation of something that we created as a whole. The problem is, again, if we aren't willing to unlearn to relearn about ourselves, to know that we shouldn't be against each other. Because again, even in Hebrew, I'm sure there's not much talking about we're against each other the way that we're presenting ourselves today. Okay? We're against each other to where we're allowing the independent woman to succeed in our own community and separate us from the home. So until we get to the part to where we know that we're more important than any other culture that mimics and takes and plagiarizes off us, we'll be right back here after these messages from your important sponsor.
So we basically don't value ourselves as high as we should.
Period. We don't value our history. Folks won't even go and learn who Mansa Musa is. Kyrie put him on the shirt. Who is that guy? He was just some guy with gold. Kendrick put it out there in a song, Mansa Musa. We won't even take the time to know who he is. Dark like me, the richest man ever in the world. No one wants to take the time to learn about him. But that's our history before slavery. It's factual. There's no fiction behind that. There's no fiction about Nat Turner and the Haitian Revolution when we chose to fight back. We are a strong people, but we only want to be strong when it benefits us.
And that's why I said, brother, that's why I was saying earlier about like giving credit to people about when it comes to the Bible, because the reality is you look at somebody like Solomon. He supposed to have been one of the richest men in the world. And you even look into some of the history, they found archaeology to back some of this stuff up. But yet we discredit it because we believe in our minds that it's from a white person, because they literally destroyed our history. You think about the fact that they equate what's going on in Europe to nothing but white people. But if you trace history, you know there was a bunch of black kings in England and stuff.
That's fact.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. It's like we have to stop fighting amongst one another and just look for the truth to things, because the truth is, like they say, the truth is scarier than fiction. And unfortunately, a lot of us get afraid of the real truth because it forces us to face reality. And most people, they love, it's that old saying, ignorance is bliss.
Yep, you're right. And they need to know that when you learn about the Dark Ages and the history they tell, they'd be like, oh, it was just a bad time in the European. No, the Dark Ages was when we was around. That was when we was around and we was teaching, and that was the Dark Ages. See, it's just, even if some would agree about the history and it's a difference in Solomon, it's just wordplay. It's just word manipulation and interpretation. The story is true, but the words have been changed. That's really what it is. And when you change the words in the text, you can manipulate people.
Wait, you're talking about the Dark Ages?
The Dark Ages.
But they didn't. They changed the paintings and stuff, the images.
Exactly. Just like they do when you see angels, you'd see white people with wings, but nothing else. Nothing else. You don't see no other color. Why?
But there's books though. You can, but that's what I'm saying. You can find books though that'll show you. And that's the thing is we don't
The Black
read
Madonna.
these books.
They worship the Black Madonna in Europe. Dark statue, dark like my shirt. Okay? The Pope prays to a Black Madonna.
Oh, I know. There's a lot of images over there that's black, ancient images.
But a lot of our culture as a whole does not know this.
Our culture don't care, man.
They
We'll
don't
be
care
real with you.
That's the problem. You're right. That's why we will come back to this vicious cycle to know that it's easy to pull a gun on Takeoff and kill him, your own brother. Than opposed to not to do that. Over that? Now we could say all day, like, what is this rich dude doing playing dice? See, we're so confused. We know that in the hood, playing dice is a black man's flex.
And this was in a bowling alley?
He was actually, and somebody said that when they had a private casino, it happened outside.
It was outside of a casino?
Right outside the bowling alley where you could have a private party where you're having a private casino where you got the games, you know what I'm saying? You got the roulette tables, dice games, card games. Folks throw parties like that with casino themes to where you could bring your money and bet.
So it was a private party though?
It was a function from my understanding that had these type of things in there, but they were rolling dice outside of it. When you see the video, he was outside of the bowling alley when this happened. They were shooting dice outside like the homies in the hood do. Which we know that, and somebody said this earlier, dice games are very dangerous because there's feelings involved. So cats is betting that don't even really got the money to spend with the hopes of cashing in. And they lose their feelings because they lose their money. Pac presented this in the 90s in his ghetto thing with Mac Mall in the dice game. We see how it happens in the dice game on Friday.
Man, that's one of the most common cliches in the hood. Is something popping off at a dice game.
Yeah, but
dice game for real.
But
Big L remember Big L had that song "Casualties of a Dice Game."
Right, because unfortunately that's
that story's been around since the beginning of dice, man.
Right,
somebody either gets beat up or killed over over lying, ass betting, flexing,
Mm-hmm. Because that's really what it is.
Or just somebody on the side watching these niggas win all this money and catching them slipping afterwards.
Yeah, because that's really what it's about. It's a flex. Whether you broke or not, because it's his money. But you didn't look rich. You don't see no rich white folks having no dice games outside at the Whole Foods.
Yeah, but you know what? I just want to say something real fast. It came to my mind as I was talking about this. That's something that they have deceived us to believe. So the dice game is no different than the casino table. The difference is black people, we didn't have access to the casino table. So we created our own gambling behind closed doors. The difference is they don't be killing each other like we do. It's a mentality thing. They come in the same thing. You think about it, you go into a casino, they still flexing on one another. They still doing the same thing. But the thing is, we don't value one another. That's really what it goes down to. We can't accept the loss. The brother, the brother who got killed, it was because of somebody who was jealous and they couldn't accept the loss. That's really what it boils down to.
Well, actually, it was Takeoff that was losing his money, is the understanding. He was getting frustrated, actually. And he got caught in the crossfire from his own kind and the other side. So it was actually Takeoff that was losing his money. And probably his people seen that and started acting up. That goes into what you're saying. His people, you know what I'm saying? And he got caught in that. So it was actually Takeoff, the rich guy who don't need to be there anyway, was getting frustrated because it's a flex. You're right.
And it was probably one of his tag along homeboys.
It's controlled. Yeah. It's controlled though. There's no control in the streets when you're playing dice. There's no organization control. You taking the heavy risk because there's always going to be some emotion when somebody lose 500 than opposed to winning 500 in the streets. That cat that lost that 5 ain't going to be happy because he probably really needed that 5. But he's flexing like he always got it. In the casino, there's some control. There's some organization. But you're right, as far as where it organized from, because we couldn't get in the casinos. But in the streets, there's no control. There's no organization in the dice games. That's why you always hear that never ends well. More than less. You know, there's an argument in the dice game outside. You ain't nobody arguing at the dice game in the casino.
Yeah, that's real over the rules and.
Ain't nobody. Hey man,
remember Harlem Nights?
No, you remember put your 20 down, bro.
Remember Harlem Nights? I told you the kids is bad luck.
Bet 5 right now.
Yeah, you talk about that scene from Harlem Nights.
Yeah, no damn kids.
Come on now, y'all know that. Hey man, put 20 on. I put 20 on the table.
Yeah, that's what you know. What? That's why I never got into dice games on the street, on the block, man. I always watch because you see niggas get their ass whooped or something, or be a misunderstanding, or no, man, I caught those. No, you didn't.
I caught those.
It escalates from there.
It hit the wall.
Like, man, it ain't nobody set down no rules or how it's played. That's why I never got into it because I don't know, like, what's the rules or
I
what.
Don't need
I guess you just gotta have the street sense, or you should just know or some shit like that. But nevertheless,
the whole setting of a street dice game is cold.
It's destructive.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Niggas is kneel down in a corner and you got his partners over there drinking and smoking here. Your partners like, man, there's some niggas in the cut just watching the game, ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah. It's unorganized and it's a flex. It's a flex.
And you know somebody there got a burner. Probably everybody there strapped.
Yes, of course.
And I'm like Dark Kent. I was always in the back. I got a distance because I know how this ends up.
Exactly.
But it has areas of history of juke joints from every region of the country they had undercover. But even then, back in the day, even Harlem Nights, we seen that funny scene when a little young cat was in there. Hey man, I bet not crap. I bet not crap. Okay. And what was it? A gun. A gun was in there.
Knives, guns, you name it.
Whatever. You get what I'm saying? And that was, we talking about what was the Harlem Nights based in the 1930s, 50s?
No, it was like the 30s.
30s, right?
Yeah, it was
so
early.
It was black
40s,
folks. So. You don't see the mob when we looked at Sopranos, did the Sopranos have dice games? They had card games.
Another scene too that kind of showed that how the brother died when the movie came out. The record label that was based out of Chicago, that had Beyonce in it. The guy who made what was his name, Lil Walter or whatever. It showed how he got, hemmed up in a dice game or got killed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He tried to pull out a gun, but he pulled out his cone. You know what I'm saying? He was all drunk and shit, but it just showed you it can go left real quick if it ain't no rules or like what's what. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, dice game, man, amongst black men, it can be serious, really serious, especially if you talking about, you know what I'm saying, cats betting 20s, 100s. You know what I'm saying? Hell, even $5. You know what I'm saying? I see dudes go at it, they betting 5s and 10s. You know what I'm saying? So, and be a misunderstanding or no, you didn't catch those, or yeah, I hit my point and all this, and it escalate and go left. But when the white boys pull up, everybody scatter like roaches, leave their money down there, they come and pick it up, take it, and pull off. But yeah, that's unfortunate, man. That happened to that cat. Whatever may transpire, I mean, we really don't know. We just taking what's being fed to us on social media through the news that this was over a dice game or whatever the case may be. Nobody really knows the details except the people who were there. But here we go again, another senseless killing, as we, you know what I'm saying, always be a witness to, or we get ear of.
I mean, these brothers, man, this is just, I mean, it's sad, but it's like, I don't think we're learning from each other, man.
Cadillac Records, that's what
These are just,
I was describing. Cadillac Records, with the scene with Lil Walter or whatever was shooting dice and end up getting knocked off.
yeah, it always happens behind some gambling, though.
Yeah. It ain't like you playing like a board game or some shit. Like you playing life.
Well, I mean, even then, though, you know us, though, like
or Monopoly.
We'd kill each other over a game of Madden if it get too heated.
Oh yeah, another little young rapper got killed over playing the game of Madden. I think they were betting like 5 racks. I forgot that cat. Man, he was from New Orleans. He was one of Meek Mill artists up and coming, and he got killed over an argument over a Madden game. Forgot that kid name, man.
So how old was this cat? How old was he?
28. If you're talking about Takeoff,
yeah,
the reports he was 28. I ain't even seen 30 yet, man. That's sad. It's crazy, man. And you would think, like, how could, these guys is millionaires, man. Did y'all see the video with the one with Diddy about to get into it with their brother because he in the Halloween spirit, and you know what I'm saying, he riding around being as the Joker or whatever, but everybody ain't playing, man.
Who's playing the Joker?
P. Diddy was walking around here. I guess his costume was the Joker from the movie.
Man, he was tripping, bro.
And the brother who played in 50's Power, who play as 2-Bit, I guess he didn't recognize Diddy as the Joker or whatever. So, dude was like he was ready to fight. He was ready to throw hands, but Diddy had his security and whatnot, surrounding the guy. And Diddy talking reckless or whatever because he got backup, he got muscle. But it's like, man, everybody ain't playing like that, dog.
That was, hey, bro.
Wait a minute, Diddy was talking reckless after dude knew who he was?
Who? Yeah,
he was talking reckless to the dude because he was calling him. He was like, you know what I'm saying, dude, you pussy or whatever. He didn't recognize Diddy. I'm assuming he didn't recognize that was Diddy dressed up as the Joker. Dude was just like, he just wasn't in no fucking playing mood. And I guess, Diddy came up, playing the Joker character or whatever, and, dude wasn't on that. So Diddy got to talking sideways to him and whatnot. I guess they pieced it up and hugged it or whatever once he identified who he was, because, Diddy was talking slick, you know who I am and all this.
But then he still tried to say some little extra slick shit. And that shit wasn't cool, bro. Like, man, come on, man. Niggas is 50, bro. And the dude from Power, what is he, in his 20s?
I don't know how old he is. Cat look like he might maybe be early 30s.
Okay, well, we gonna give him, okay. And you just see what I'm saying? Like, that's that Peter Pan shit, bro. And just because the nigga got a bunch of bread, niggas still want to be
I was just about to say that too. That's funny because that's an exact description for P. Diddy. That's what the P stand for.
Right, Peter Pan Diddy. Like, grow the fuck up, bro. But like you said, he had his security around him, and he also know he got the cameras. Like, I just don't understand how a nigga attention is like worse than narcotics, bro.
Right, you right on that, Chef.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not even trying to make it seem like I don't want attention. I mean, I imagine I want some sort of attention, right? I'm on here now. I be calling my cousin on the phone and Dr. Hood and shit. So I imagine I want some sort of attention. But man, bro.
Yeah, Lil Snoop. Thanks, Dr. Hood. Lil Snoop. That was the youngin who got killed over the Madden games a few years ago, who was Meek Mill's artist. Lil Snoop.
Hanging out with some older bum ass nigga.
Right, an older
no bit. Man, and first of all, I'm not even saying you can't hang out with younger dudes, right? Because you can impart knowledge on them and all that. But you guys get my point. Like, bro, what happened with you and that young Madden? Oh man, come on, bro.
Well, it was some bread on the line, and I'm not saying that to justify that. They had some racks on the line of the game or whatever, but even still, it's like, yeah, you know, as men.
So what happened?
Can't accept the loss.
Did the old nigga win and the young nigga didn't want to pay?
That I don't know. I don't know.
The older dude was losing. Lil Snoop was beating him.
Okay.
Hey, now I asked that because I knew that part, right?
Yeah.
Bro, you lost. Like, bro, listen, go ahead and just pay.
Accept your L, right? And that's
what
that
you
would
niggas
be
is talking about on the dice.
From an OG to a young G, like, damn, young, you know what I'm saying? You really whooped my ass in this
You really
game.
put it on me,
right?
I shouldn't even be playing these games. I'm outdated.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
But that ain't what he did.
Shit, I would have been asking a young nigga
Yeah, hold on.
teach me how
How
to
you
play
gonna
to get on your level.
You
Shit.
mad because a young nigga beating you on the sticks? I can see if an old nigga beat you on the sticks and you old.
I was like, shit, show me how you, man, nigga, teach me how you play. Shit.
Man, bro, niggas, hey, we killing the future over Madden.
Right.
Hey, Madden, hey, and look, they be knowing all this happened. Jordan, Madden, nigga, they don't be sending nothing. They just be like, hey, that's your fault. Ain't nobody told you murder nobody over no game. Like whatever company makes the dice, the company that makes the dice, I'd be like, man, you owe the community something? How many people died over dice?
Man.
But at the same time, that only makes sense to other black people. Right for me to say that, because Popeye's Chicken ain't gonna shoot nothing to the black community because we go there acting a goddamn fool over them chicken sandwiches. And I don't
Somebody
think I would
died
either.
over that when them Popeye chicken sandwiches came out.
What you mean somebody?
Well, there was a riot for sure. I'm not
people
gonna
all
say
over the
someone
country.
died, but people
No,
definitely
it was
got
people
hurt.
getting. It was people dying.
Oh,
That
well,
was crazy. Oh, a fucking chicken sandwich.
That's real. People was killing each other in line and all that.
Let me ask
tripping over them
this.
sandwiches.
Let me ask this because I don't want to assume anything. What color were they?
Man, stop playing.
It was us.
I'm just saying,
It was us,
bro.
It was us. Melanated.
Stop playing, bro.
Melanated.
Stop playing.
You already
Hey, bro,
know, Chef.
that was a valid question.
This nigga acting funny now.
Like, I can't see myself like, man, I'm finna off you, nigga. If I can't get Chef wings, I'm finna off you, nigga.
If I don't get a chicken sandwich, it's going up.
Chicken sandwich.
A chicken sandwich, bro.
Like we can't make and you remember Popeyes didn't always have that Louisiana kitchen in the sister on the commercial.
Nah, bro. They threw
switched that up.
in there.
Yeah, once they seen who was buying it.
Because they know there's something about black people and Louisiana, and you attach it to food. We're it don't matter where we're from. There's not a black person in America who don't like Louisiana food.
You see, they had Jerry Rice sponsoring that.
Oh
shit.
man, bro, with the chicken drum. Let's talk, bro. Let's really talk.
This nigga had sauce all over his motherfucking lips and everything.
Because that's when they started putting the sister on the commercial like it was her recipe the whole time.
Right.
And she be talking like your auntie.
Exactly.
Ooh, child. Popeye chicken. Like, man, this is crazy.
Hey, brothers,
that's racist, bro.
Hey, look like your auntie too.
Look like that's what I'm saying. Hey, is that racist?
Black people draw us in.
Hey, brothers, I was gonna say it's been real good talking to you guys. I got a few things to take care of, but it's been a pleasure.
Hey, appreciate it, bro. Come back.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Fly back.
Definitely will, man. Y'all take care of yourselves, man.
For sure,
All right,
boss.
bro.
You too as
All
well.
right.
Bro. Have
For
a good
sure.
one.
All right, Pete.
Yeah, man. This is, you know,
Hood, I see you been pushing out the vids, man. I've been missing you a lot, but I see you doing your thing, brother. Congrats, man.
man.
Pushing.
I'm
I see.
trying to, get some block movement.
Yeah.
I gotta treat this like the block.
Yeah.
You didn't learn them skills for nothing. Pump it out until it's undeniable.
Yes,
Work
sir.
until there's no competition. That's all I know. So now I'm gonna try to keep pumping it out. But this here, man, I mean, I'm afraid to say, like, we're gonna be here again. Before the year's out, we'll be here more times, more famous guys. I mean, we don't want to let the guys that are not famous slip between the cracks, because it's a bigger issue. That's why we're not really spending too much time talking about this. Like, they're gonna see the thumbnail and they automatically gonna get up in here and act like we trying to solve the mystery and everything, but it's a bigger issue. And I didn't even have to know what happened. I knew it was a black person, and that's the sad part. I mean, if as you bring in dudes, because I'm getting little bits and pieces, it was some type of private event, I guess it's private, but just random bitches could come, right? So since when is just random ass bitches? Like, that's not private.
Exact. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I know everybody's horny and they think with their dicks and shit. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, let's call it for what it is. You got half naked Instagram thoughts, broads, from all ages, scammers, I mean, come on now. If they don't respect themselves, how can they respect anything else?
Hey, Doc Hood, any event with a bitch showing up wearing a bonnet, anyone can come.
Oh, that pic that you had up with the chick who ass cheek was half out of her shorts. That was the place where it took place. That was a location.
Exactly.
Oh,
What I'm saying? So, I mean, that was like one of the pics, the last pic anybody could find of him alive.
That's a hood event.
That was right before it cracked off. Somebody just taking a pic or whatever. You got all the broads around. It's supposed to, this is what it's supposed to be. The glitz and the glam.
This is an exclusive event?
Well, I don't know. It seemed like it might be some type of high-end bowling alley. You know how we got like Lucky Strike and so we got some high-end shit.
So we gonna call it Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike's popping, by the way, too. My partner ran that shit. Anyway, though, so they had a Lucky Strike type spot, and she got a bonnet on. Is that a bonnet? What is that?
Or a beret or a bonnet or something. Is that a beret? It could pass for both. It's on her head.
She looked like she just had some shit on that she finna go to sleep in.
Wow,
man. Which one? You talk, man? Listen, man. Y'all know
with the cheeks out the bottom.
Exactly.
Wow.
They ain't gonna turn her away from getting up in there. If she had a dog on her head, they would have let her up in there.
Man, bro. See that?
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with my people, bro. Damn.
She could have had a mop on her, little mop on her head. They would have let her.
That's
up in
probably
there.
what she put on to come
That's
out.
the
That's
problem.
she threw that on. Like you just said, she got the mop. She threw the bot. And I'm not tripping, man. But damn, bro.
No, but Hood said it. If you can just let Randy's up in there, the random broad up in there,
you can tell that's
really
about
private.
Yeah, as soon as I see her, I know it's dangerous. Women who do that only go dangerous places, bro.
Yeah.
Well, that's all they're looking. They're coming to scheme. Yeah, they might got a pussy, and they're not the typical people that just are the ones pulling the triggers and stuff all the time. But they're bringing a lot of conflict. One of them guys, that bride could have been his bride there. being reckless. He could have had an attitude already. Just because the bitch don't want to fuck with him, want to go fuck with the Migos, you know? Fuck with somebody that they think got all the money, you know?
And where was this at?
In Houston somewhere. Somebody said it was like a Jay Prince type of function. Jay Prince Jr., you know, the dice game. And I guess Quavo's the one that got into the Confrontation. They said
everybody in Texas got a gun, man.
Raise, huh?
Everybody in Texas got a gun.
That's real.
Nice.
Somebody said Takeoff didn't say nothing. He said he got up and reached, bent over just to see what's going on, and then he gets hit. You know, so it's just unfortunate, man. Why millionaires got to be out here trying to shoot dice? I know what it is. It's the glamour, the image that you out doing this. I used to want that. You know, I used to be the young nigga trying to get into grown nigga dice games and shit. You know what I'm saying? I used to try to do that. So I know the feeling. And then you got all the broads around, and you know, I get it, you know, but shit, I mean, none of it, it's not worth it to nobody today. You know, it was worth it to everybody yesterday, but today it's a whole nother ball game, you know. And then who brought these cats? If it was private, like let's say I was there, is it one of my guys? You feel me? So this is one of my dudes that I brought. Or
and
whoever.
Where's the security? What kind of security you got?
It'd be the homies, the high perked out homies. Like they high, they always rolling backwards and shit with their pants sagging down. Like I don't want security with his pants sagging down. Like what if we gotta run? Like you gonna trip on your goddamn pants and shit, shoes hanging all off.
You gotta hold your pants while you run.
Like, you know, let's be serious, man.
Mm-hmm.
Some damn time, you know. And we're dealing with millionaires.
You can't even fight with your pants falling off you.
With the skinny jeans, period. How you gonna move with them skinny jeans on? I mean, it's just it's laughable.
Yeah, it is.
So I mean, you know, it's a shame that it's always my people. You know, we always got to look up every other week, and it's, you know, some more of my people. You know, it's embarrassing after a while. I mean, I'm not saying that I want to see it happen in other communities, but it's like, damn, every time we look on TV, some black people done shot up the party, done did that. You know, the motherfuckers that don't got shit is the most motherfuckers that always want to bicker and bitch and fight amongst each other. It don't make sense. I understand about the programming and everything, but it doesn't have everybody doing that dumb shit. Everybody's not programmed. Some people snap out of that shit. But shit, who the fuck am I, man? I don't got 1 million subscribers or no shit like that. You know, they only the motherfuckers with subscribers and shit. Word means something.
Bro, nigga, we got to get some subscribers, nigga. Because, hey, like we done talked about off of this motherfucker. When we was fucking up, niggas was on go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know.
Oh yeah.
So
it's all, wake up in the middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning. Hey, what's happening, man? Hey, you know, okay. They up. Now you on some righteous shit. You can't even get a motherfucker to get in the comfort of their home just to get on the panel and talk. You know. You ain't even gotta leave.
Just to get these niggas on the panel to spend 20, 30 minutes and just talk positive. See, this is what, man, I'm so glad this is all just coming out. This is all just this is real talk. Because on the real, if we was sitting up, if this was smoky and niggas was talking crazy, this would go viral.
I remember having sessions with 20 niggas. We smoked 14 blunts and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know, but we can't get together to talk about the tension between black people. It might be socialization. It might be something simple as socialization. Just like a dog. If he never socializes with humans, what's he gonna do? He's either gonna be scared of that motherfucker or he's gonna try to bite that motherfucker. One of the two.
We don't trust. We don't trust each other either. Or, you know, you're looking at the next man as, you know what I'm saying, envy.
We don't
jealousy.
like each other.
All right, why
we always try to
don't
do?
like each other?
We need to go back to the.
We got to create a system where fuck trust. Look, here's the way it's gonna go. We gonna work together, and if you violate it, that's your ass. I don't give a fuck about your little all that little stuff. There's something higher to answer to, and that's the demographic of who you are. And most ethnicities had that where, yeah, you could deal with law enforcement, you could call who you want, but if you fuck us over, we coming.
We gonna handle this.
We gonna deal with you.
That's what them
We already
peoples
got
do.
fall guys. We already got people whose job it is when rogue niggas like you get active, they get on your ass, and that's their job. They don't got the same jobs as us. They can't wait to go to work. But yeah, that's what we gotta have, because as long as we don't have to do it, right? Because one thing I know, other communities, you gotta do business together, right? With me, for instance, it's so hard to do black business because we aren't able to bounce anything. So the highest I could go is 3. I do business with a black dude who buys products from black people, right? I'm the first bounce. He's the second bounce. That's the third bounce. Now, when we get to the raw materials or whatever he bought, where you getting that shit from? Let's just say you niggas bought all your cookies from my son a baker. He made cookies, right? Okay, so where you think my son getting all his shit from? Where the black man with the flour? Where the black man with the chocolate chips? Where the black man who sell the pecans and the walnut? Like, it's hard. It's when we talk black business is me having a storefront or me just selling y'all something and we doing black business. Other ethnicities have bounces. You get it, I buy it, I sell it, they do. You see what I'm saying? With us, my nigga, I get this storage space from my boy who owned a restaurant. If I was to ever move, I would have to just go find an Asian or an Italian or something, because he got like a warehouse type of deal with big ass freezers and big ass fridges and shit, where I have huge amounts of room. But guess who he rented from? Exactly.
So that's what I mean about controlling the resources or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We don't manufacture anything to be a distributor to, you know, to distribute our merch or black owned merch. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. If we had a black owned manufacturer, you know, anybody who has a brand or has some merch they want to sell, will send it to that distributor. So, you know, you could push out all your materials. Now you can have more than one black owned distributor, but you know, we don't even have that to even do that. And that was one of the things I was wondering about. I was like, you know, why don't he just build his own distribution company or something? You know, you got bread, you got land. That way black people can come to you with their merch or with their brand to have you distribute from a black owned distributor. That way you don't have to outsource or go, or maybe you need some international ties. But you don't even want to do that. If we producing and making our own materials, you know, somebody know how to sew, somebody know how to, you know what I'm saying, do those things that the Asians do.
Well, like you said, they got their own country. and they're able to get real raw materials. Like, and even with that, a bunch of fuckery happens, right? Where people steal people's land, like, but it's still them. It's still controlled by them. That's just like natural resources in most countries where it is predominantly black people. Whatever banner they fall under, they Brazil, Africa, whatever we talking about, right? Them resources is still controlled by white people.
So would it be difficult to even connect like directly to Africa, which is pretty much where pretty much all the resources is at? Because every other country is stripping Africa from those resources. So if I had a manufacturing company and I want to just go directly to Africa to get the materials to keep that pipeline like that, you know what I'm saying? So I can distribute merch, or other black businesses who have brands, or anybody who has brands can just, you know, come through my black-owned distributing company or somebody else's black-owned distributing company. But our main source of where we getting our materials is from Africa. Shit, all these other countries are doing it and stripping and ripping them from all their, you know, their resources and minerals, like that brother mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and we even doing stuff like we're even getting American made, well, not American made, but American products that are made in China. Because, you know, one thing I've noticed, that's like the labor distribution capital. They don't really have laws. They'll literally work you to death even now. Right, that shit don't matter. Yep, you could be children. Everybody's in on it. The whole world is part of it. And I guess it's all about the dollar, right? Why make $20 when I could make $200 off of this? Because I don't gotta really pay out a fair wage if I do it over here. Right? Because remember, American brands used to be made in America and you had to pay an American wage.
Right.
Now we could make, and you know, I mean, it is what it is, but I'm gonna even say like this. I even seen the black-owned companies doing that shit, man. Look, this is usually something I would never say. I'm gonna just say this because we're here, and I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I would never say this because I love these niggas. The Woo. They came out with the Woo wear, right? These niggas be all on the deep shit, spitting the 120, all that, whatever. This land is that land, da-da-da. We got to get ours, all that shit. And I'm reading the tag, and I said, nah, this should be made here. You guys should have little factories with a bunch of Brooklyn and Shaolin niggas up in there working and grinding. This shit should be like for Staten Island. This shit should be so local. But it wasn't, bro. And I was just like, yeah, man, talking that shit is one thing. But when you deal with the logistics, that's another thing. Because what we would have to pay in Vietnam, we can't give them that in Staten Island. Let's get this shit made in Vietnam.
So that's what I'm saying. So who do we directly go to? Who can be the direct connect? Like with use the example with the American Gangster with Frank Lucas. He went directly to he went overseas to the fucking connect to get it directly from them. And I'm not you know, promoting that or trying to, but I'm just saying, using it as an example as far as trying to connect with a direct source that can provide materials directly to us, so we don't have to, you know what I'm saying, go through these white-owned distribution companies, whether it's a record sales or merchandise.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, as far as the raw materials go, we got to get that where we could get it. But when we talking about building infrastructure and companies, I'm talking about black men right now, or black people. Man, we got to be able to hire our own, right? And we got to be able to hire our own on all the levels. Don't just hire niggas to sell your shit and model it. Nah, get them to make it. Okay,
Right,
well, take the
right.
time to get them the skills because black people used to make the best goddamn clothes anyway. Shit.
Right, and that's what I'm
And
saying. The sewing and everything like that, the stitching, all that shit, right down just like the Asians do. You know what I'm
if we
saying?
bring
Stitch
that
that
back,
shit up. Yeah,
we could have all our own real fashion lines. And I'm not saying they ain't out there. You know, I don't want no listener to feel I'm disregarding anybody, but we need more of it.
right. Need a multiple line of them.
We
You know
we
what I'm
need
saying?
more of it, and we also need to be able to have this shit at a cost to where we can eliminate these motherfuckers as much as possible. Like for instance, I'm a low head, like low crazy, got all type of polo, this, that, and the third shit that I'll probably never ever wear. And I be thinking to myself, just like, I bet you if some black dudes came along and said, we're gonna make our own version of this. Because you know, we're the ones who really make that shit pop anyway. But we gonna make our own specifically for black people, specifically centered around black shit and black traditions and that type of shit. I'd be like, man, I bet you that shit would be crazy. But the thing is that what they would do, they would make the cost of production for these niggas so high, right, that it would be difficult to really support them because they're not going to give them the segue to compete on the level we need these brothers to compete. And I don't really know what we could do about that. But I agree absolutely with Kanye on that. Like with the way things are set up, they only want us able to do it at the Juneteenth. Right. So we're good for that. But they don't really want to set you up where you could be thousands of miles away on
Where you can
multiple
compete with them.
continents.
Where you
That
can
yeah.
compete with them. Yeah.
And anybody who they give money to, they aren't gonna let them bring the money back. Cause like you guys were saying, with as much motherfuckers got bread, y'all can't have a seminar, put something together, cats invest.
Exactly.
But you're clearly being told not to do it. And I'm gonna tell you how I know this. Look at you in athletics.
Yeah.
You
I was
mean to
gonna say
tell
that.
me nobody wants to sign with Patrick Ewing? Okay, what about you niggas who you don't even got a shoe contract? You ain't gonna wear no Ewings, but they'll go wear some Australian shoes or some little Chinese kicks. I'd be like, oh man.
And
Nobody
and
wanted
just
to wear
like
the Starberries or nothing.
with Cube, Cube did doing the big three. You know what I'm saying? But it's only so far he can go with that because the NBA ain't gonna let you compete with them. So you got a bunch of retired players that's playing in the big three. But it's like, man, why we can't start our own league? Start our own football league, our own basketball league. It would be It would be too
Hey,
competitive against theirs
I tell you
because they
what,
know because we the stock.
they could have a hell of a league just with the players that get pushed out the league quick.
Yeah.
Because the league, when you bringing in 50 brand new players every fucking year, and then the average dude that's coming in ain't even 21 years old no more. Oh, that's gonna be a high turnover because there's more people qualified than there are spots. Right?
And what about the guys that don't even make it to the league? You know what I'm saying? The players that don't even make it, whether it's football or basketball. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? If there was a league that you could make for them, the guys who tried to go for the NBA and the NFL, they didn't make it or whatever, but they still young. Like you said, these not even 20 or 21 yet. You know what I'm saying? Giving them an opportunity, okay, this is a black owned league where you could, okay, you didn't make it in the NFL or the NBA, which really don't want you to go there anyway. But
and that me and you was headed to the same place. That's what they scared of. Because what would happen is somebody would be like, you know what? I don't really give a fuck. I'll just come over there and play anyway. Or they might go over there and get you could get a big ass contract for just a few years now. So a
Right. But
motherfucker
what
might go over there.
we
Go ahead.
can't pay you like an NFL or NBA. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
but what I
saying? But
was
look,
saying is
brother, if we
this.
could pay you 100, if we can pay you, if your salary could be like 100,000 or 200,000 type of salary or whatever, and you not get paid like they paying like the star players over there millions of dollars or whatever, but hey, you just want to play basketball and get paid off your athletic ability, right? Okay, well come to a black owned league where okay, we may can't afford to pay you millions, but 100,000 to 250 or whatever the case may be, so it's also on us to the greed part of it. You know what I'm saying? You could feed your family off 100,000, 200,000 if you budget your money right. You can, and if you spend it amongst your own, or spend, joining forces with other black owned businesses and whatnot.
Well, you got to get some dudes who got some seed money. And then what I would try to do is get players where you might not be in the league no more or whatever, but you got some bread. NBA players, they get the most money. So we could get it, do it like that. And if you got some cats, man, who got a little bit of paper and could put something in something, develop it, get some sponsors, right? Get some media coverage. And like you said, man, all the black media, you got to know all the black media, whatever, even if it's a situation of you're streaming on, have you ever heard of that platform called Melanated People? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, Chef.
Y'all ever heard of that platform called Melanated People?
No, I
No.
never heard of it.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, like, to start a black league, we could just implement elements of whatever we got: athletes, businessmen, media, newspaper,
That'll
social
be
media
dope.
influencers,
That'll
and
be dope.
then we pop that off. But niggas gonna need some bread first, and it's gonna need to be something substantial. With us, we look at money different than most ethnicities because we only own 0.5%, and the average black person don't even have $500 emergency spending money. That's our reality. That might not be y'all's reality on this panel. I'm talking about as a collective. So if we gonna be paying 100,000, because the average black person is making about 35.
Yeah.
Then
That
they
could
be
work. And
talking about
we have to pool our money together too. You know what I'm
absolutely.
saying? Collectively. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we got all these black millionaires, man. But somebody writing they checks, somebody keeping them afloat, and they can't branch off and do nothing like that. They very limited, and this is my opinion. But I feel like they are very limited in what they can do besides trying to stimulate a black, in black economics or whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you play ball, football, if you're in entertainment, if you're black, it's only so far they're going to allow you to try to do something of that magnitude to try to, stimulate a black economics where, everything is black owned and building another black Wall Street because they don't want to get shut out. You know what I'm saying? They make a lot of money off of us. You know what I'm saying? We the creators, innovators, and everything like that. We make the NBA popular. We make the NFL popular. You know what I'm saying? People paying to see that because they want to see the black players. You know what I'm saying? Do all these acrobatic ass type of moves and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? But just think, if it was no black players in neither one of these leagues, it would be boring to watch. And would nobody be watching that shit? Would nobody care to watch that? But like if we, what I'm saying, if we could get those young men that is entering themselves in the draft because they want to make the leagues or whatever, you know, um, if we had a league of our own, well, hey, we can't pay you millions, but we can pay you this much until it try to build off of that. Yeah, man, that can be essential and really, you know what I'm saying, get some things moving for us as far as trying to stimulate a whole black race. But it's a collective effort.
Yeah, it's gonna take some money and some influence. I mean,
I think the
Dion can
money,
barely get people to go to Jackson State,
right?
and like you
I
said,
mean, I
Ice
think the
Cube,
money is there,
trying to.
right?
Yeah, well,
He
yeah,
got
it's definitely there. We got the spending power.
right. We got the spending power, but it's like if somebody was to be thinking outside of that, you know what? I want to start out. I want to start a black-owned, basketball league or whatever. And even with Q's Big Three, it's still some Jew person tied to that, or he's in partnership that runs that with him. You know what I'm saying? It ain't all black
That's
owned.
actually the period when black folks as a people was the most successful. Was when you had them Negro leagues and you had you know what I mean, even like the little
Right.
the little ABA league, the smaller leagues.
Yeah. When they didn't want us in their league, but they know that we got more drawing power. You know what I'm saying? Because we're more athletic people than them. Oh, we bring
Well, and
in
we were
more
separated more
revenue than.
too. We were
Right,
separated
right,
more from them
right.
socially,
I'm saying,
so
but they
we
seen
had
that
to
the
establish our
financial.
own businesses and stuff.
Right. When they seen the financial side of it, that we can bring in more money, yeah, let them niggas in our leagues and our let them niggas in. They gonna bring in more money for us.
Yeah.
But we gonna keep control of them though. You know what I'm saying? Paying them crumbs and making money off even when they retire, making money off of their memorabilia and shit like
Right.
that. OJ don't even have his shit no more. Bill, if I'm not mistaken, I think Bill Russell shit is, he's not even owner of his shit. All the stats and the maybe even the rings. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he
It's a
started
lot of black.
auctioning his own stuff off.
Okay, he auctioned his own shit off. But why
Yeah.
did he even have to get to that point? What damn, like,
I think
man, you
Bill
Bill
did that
fucking
because he
Russell.
was. I think Bill did that because he was getting older, man. And I
Or
don't really know if he got anybody to leave it to because he started selling his house and then some of his rings, and I don't know what that was about.
so he just didn't have a family, extended family to lead that shit to for, generations to come after him.
I don't
So
know,
that shit
man.
is
Bill
that
is a
shit.
bit. Listen, man. I used to work over here in the spot in Renton, man, and I done seen Bill a couple times, man, and I don't know.
Shit.
Bill's a cold old dude. Bill was a cold old. I would just say
But
that.
all of his accomplishments, that type of shit,
He didn't
if he
want.
had
He didn't
extended
want you
family, he can
speaking
make
to him
money
at
off of
all.
that. His family can make money off of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like you would, a Tupac or something like that. All that man's music and all these other artists' music. You know, any extended family that you had, if you didn't create one yourself, could could live off of that type of shit. Like when I see Bob Marley, you know what I'm saying? The most popular Jamaican that I know of, you know what I'm saying? Is people in this country, this would sell the t-shirts and everything with his face on it or whatever. They eat off of that. He left a legacy for a whole, little country for them to eat off of his name. But I see motherfucking foreigners selling his shit too. It's like, damn, what are you, an Arab or something? What the fuck is you doing selling Bob Marley type shit in Jamaica? So they even, they seem like they always find a way to make a buck out off of us. You know what I'm saying? Memorabilia or, any type of accomplishment that any, what I'm saying, black person left behind, whether it's music, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They find a way to make a buck off of it, and they eat off of that, and generations of their family eat off of that type of shit too.
Yep, you got to establish. That's why you got to leave your own legacy, man. Like that's why I like what LeBron is doing with his sons. You know what I'm saying? At least he's making it to where when his legacy is over, his sons is going to have some sort of footprints in the game.
And that's cool, as he should. I don't have to
You know,
agree
kind
with
of
the
look
brother
like
being the
Kobe was
best
trying to do
player,
the
but
same thing.
right.
Some, but not everybody is geared like that, man. Not everybody is built like that.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of, with us. We are such great creators and things, and when we transition out this world, a lot of us, we don't even have or own our shit to pass down to our families to eat off of. And I'm talking about celebrities and whatnot. A lot of their memorabilia and shit like that, or whatever it may be. That's something that's of value of worth because you didn't, you made it such a huge accomplishment, or you didn't brought such a big factor into the game, whether it's the music industry or sports. Somehow these folks it ends up back in their hands again when they pass on. Yeah, this was a good show today though. Man, got to do another one, man. Got to get some sisters up in there, get some of their perspective. But RIP to that brother, man, who lost his life in that dice game or whatever. Yeah, man.
Yep, like Hood said, man. Unfortunately, it's gonna, it's gonna be another one down the line, man. So that's why these conversations really got to be had. Because this stuff is like I'm thinking it's getting to the point to where these brothers got to learn from each other.
If they willing to listen, but then again too, it's like you don't want to be the older cat trying to tell younger cats how to spend their money and what they should do. On the flip side
Yeah,
of
but
it
like
too,
he was
it's like
saying, though,
it
they're
shouldn't.
doing this for an image, though, to be
Right.
seen and just for clout, pretty much. And
Right.
whether he was at a dice game or not, wouldn't have not have changed his image at all.
Right.
So we, what I'm saying, they just got to get that out their mind that they don't got to be seen outside, like just to be proven that I'm still on the block.
So who are so who are younger cats willing to listen to? It have to be somebody in their life, somebody in their life that they willing to listen to as far as giving them some game about, how to move a little bit, especially when you when you got money and whatnot from your accomplishments and you didn't work hard for it. So that's why I was saying I think it's a disconnect with the youth and the elders. The youth don't want to listen to the elders too much or the OGs because like y'all had y'all time, however that pan out. Now you want to try to tell me how to live my life. I'm getting this money and I'm getting this bag, this, that, and the third. But these guys dying at a high, fast rate over what? Like it's like you guys too successful, man, to be going out like this, young and successful. Man, don't understand it. You still there, Chef? Ray? Cash must have stepped out.
Well, I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna keep it moving, man. I gotta get in motion. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Likewise.
I'll tap back in on the next one, y'all.
For sure. Enjoy your evening, brother.